Welcome to dark breathing, where doors close and silence begins. Before you surrender to the feeling of relaxation, if you find a sanctuary in our stories, feel free to support our channel with a like and subscribe. Tell me in the comments, from which corner of the world are you listening tonight? And what does the hour feel like for you right now? These small details make us a true community. If you'd like to be the main character in one of my upcoming stories, just leave a comment with your name and the role you'd like to play. Do you want to be the hero who saves everyone? The villain? Or perhaps even the devil himself? So, subscribe to the channel and wait for your name in the next story. You'll find only a few ads in the first 15 minutes. Then everything vanishes. After that, nothing will interrupt your journey into calm. I hope you give this experience a chance, for I am certain you won't find stories quite like these anywhere else. Now, dim the bright lights. Let the gentle hum of a water or the whisper of distant rain surround you, and don't let the thunder frighten you. Let's begin the journey. Story 1: The House That Watches Back. The first thing Emily Vaughn noticed about the house wasn't the creaking floors or the faint scent of damp wood. It was how the hallway refused the light. Every bulb in the place burned bright, except there. No matter how many times she replaced it, the light above the hall only glowed weakly, like it was struggling to pierce through something thicker than shadow. Still, the place had charm. Old wooden moldings, tall windows, and that sense of quiet she'd been craving since leaving the city. A place to breathe, to write again, to reset her mind after everything. The realtor called it a Victorian soul with a modern heart. Emily called it affordable, and that was enough. She spent the first evening unpacking, her cat Milo slinking between boxes with cautious curiosity. His tail flicked nervously each time he neared the hallway, ears twitching, pupils wide. "Hey, relax," she murmured, scratching behind his ear. "No ghosts here, okay?" But Milo didn't purr. He just stared, eyes fixed on something far down that dark corridor. Later, when the sun had dipped behind the sycamores outside, Emily stood in the hallway herself, testing the light again. Click. The bulb flickered once, buzzed weakly, and died. The shadows swallowed the space whole, stretching long and deep. The kind of dark that seemed to breathe on its own. Emily sighed. Guess it's time for new wiring. She turned away, but something in her peripheral vision made her pause. Halfway down the hall, right between two bedroom doors, hung a mirror she didn't remember unpacking. Tall, narrow, framed in tarnished silver, it leaned slightly forward, as if bowing to greet her, or waiting. Emily frowned. She hadn't brought a mirror like that. She hadn't even seen one when she toured the place. The glass surface reflected her dim outline, pale and ghosted by the weak light. She stepped closer, her footsteps soft on the wooden floor, the boards groaning under her weight. In the reflection, Milo sat behind her, staring at the same spot she was. His eyes glowed faintly in the gloom. She tilted her head. The image did the same. But then, for a fraction of a second, it didn't. Her reflection's head lingered a heartbeat longer before following. Emily froze. The air thickened. Her skin prickled with the electric pressure of panic. Then she blinked, and everything was normal again. The sound of glass tapping broke the silence. Milo had leapt onto the side table and was batting something against the mirror's frame. A folded scrap of paper wedged between the silver and the wall. Emily pulled it free, expecting some leftover note from the previous owner. But the paper was yellowed, edges brittle with age. The handwriting inside was elegant and slanted. "Don't look too long." Her stomach dropped. A draft brushed past her then. Cold, damp, earthy. The same scent you get after digging too deep into the ground. Milo hissed, tail puffed, backing into the living room. Emily turned the mirror toward the wall, heart racing. The sound of wood scraping against wood echoed far too loud in the quiet. She forced a laugh. "Old houses," she muttered, trying to sound convincing, even to herself. That night, she couldn't sleep. From her bedroom, she could hear the occasional creak from the hallway, the soft pop of wood settling, or maybe footsteps, too light to be certain. At one point, Milo jumped off the bed and padded to the door, his fur standing on end. He stared into the dark crack beneath it, growling low, a sound Emily had never heard from him before. The digital clock read 3:17 a.m. Emily whispered, "It's just the house." But somewhere beyond the door, faint, deliberate, came a slow, dragging sound, like bare feet against wood. At dawn, she found the hallway colder than the rest of the house. The mirror, now facing the wall, had fogged slightly. She rubbed her hand along the glass, and when she did, the condensation spelled faint, finger-drawn words. "You saw me." The letters faded as quickly as they appeared, leaving only her reflection behind, pale, trembling, and wide-eyed. By the second morning, the house didn't feel empty anymore. It felt watched. Emily Vaughn tried to shake it off as exhaustion. She'd barely slept. Every sound the house made had sounded like it was waiting for her reaction. She brewed coffee with shaking hands, glancing toward the hallway every few seconds. The mirror, now turned to face the wall, loomed there like a sleeping animal. Dangerous only if disturbed. Milo, her cat, hadn't gone near it since the night before. He kept to the kitchen counter, tail wrapped tightly around his body, eyes tracking something unseen. Emily exhaled shakily. "You win," she muttered, scooping him up. "We're calling someone to haul that thing out today." But the thought of touching the mirror again made her stomach turn. By noon, she'd convinced herself to inspect it one last time, to prove to herself that she wasn't losing her mind. The hallway stretched ahead, still unnaturally dim, even with sunlight pouring from the windows. The air there felt heavier, older, as if the house's heartbeat came from within those walls. Emily crouched beside the mirror and hesitated. A faint shimmer of movement rippled across its silver surface, like a breath from the other side. Instead, her fingernail caught on something carved into the wood. Shallow, hand-etched letters. L. Harrow. She whispered it aloud. L. Harrow. The name echoed down the empty hallway, bouncing back to her like a mocking reply. The moment she spoke it, the temperature dropped. Milo hissed from behind her, a deep, warning hiss, and sprinted back into the living room. Emily turned toward the mirror. Her reflection was still there, same stance, same face. But the background had changed. Instead of the familiar hallway behind her, the reflection showed a different room. Dim, with flickering candlelight, and a shadowed figure standing just behind her shoulder. Emily spun around. No one. Her breath came sharp and ragged. She looked back to the glass. The figure was gone, the room normal again. She stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the rug. What the hell? Before she could finish, the light bulb above her exploded, showering the floor with tiny sparks and glass shards. Emily yelped, covering her face. The hallway plunged into a gray twilight glow, somehow illuminated, though every bulb was dead. From somewhere deep inside the house, a low thud sounded. Then another, steady, slow, like someone walking with deliberate weight. Emily clutched her phone. No signal, she whispered to herself. It's just pipes. Just pipes. But she knew better. The thuds were too rhythmic, too alive. When she dared to look at the mirror again, a faint smear of condensation had formed, though the air was dry and cold. 3 words appeared, letter by trembling letter, as if written from inside the glass. Say my name. Emily's heartbeat roared in her ears. A name carved into the back flashed through her mind. L. Harrow. She backed away, whispering, "No." The lights in the living room flickered violently, humming with static. From the kitchen, Milo hissed again, fur bristling, eyes glowing green in the dim. His gaze was fixed on something behind her. Emily turned, slow, terrified, toward the hallway. The mirror now faced her. She hadn't moved it. It stood perfectly upright, gleaming faintly, as if repositioned by unseen hands. And in the reflection, she wasn't alone. Standing directly behind her reflection, not her body, but her image, was a woman. Dressed in black, long hair matted with dirt, eyes as pale as milk, her lips curved into a faint smile. Then the reflection blinked, but Emily didn't. A scream tore from her throat as she stumbled backward into the wall. The mirror shuddered violently, the frame vibrating like a drum, the glass rippling like water under pressure. And then it stopped. A house went still again. Silent. Too silent. Emily's phone buzzed suddenly, making her jump. A notification. 1 new photo saved. Her stomach turned. She hadn't taken any photos. She opened the gallery, hands trembling. The most recent picture was of her, standing in front of the mirror, taken from just behind her shoulder. The timestamp read 3 6:17 a.m. The night before. Chapter 1, Part C. Emily didn't leave the house that night. She couldn't. Every instinct screamed for her to run, to grab Milo, to drive anywhere the light never flickered. But something about the mirror felt unfinished. Like walking away would only make it follow. She sat on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, every lamp turned on. The photo still glowed on her phone screen. Her face, pale and blurred, framed by something faintly visible behind her. Not just the woman anymore, but something darker, crawling up from the reflection's corner. Her phone suddenly went black. Battery drained. It had been at 68%. Emily whispered, "This is not happening." But the air disagreed. A deep hum began to resonate from the hallway, low, vibrating through the floorboards. The sound grew stronger, pulsing like a heartbeat coming from within the walls. Milo yowled and darted under the couch. Emily rose slowly. The humming pulled her forward, toward the darkened hallway where the mirror now stood like a sentinel. The glass wasn't reflecting her anymore. It was showing the house, the same hallway, but empty. No lights, no furniture, just the skeleton of a place long abandoned. She took a hesitant step closer, eyes fixed on the shimmering scene. Her breath fogged the glass. But instead of her reflection forming through the mist, letters began to appear again. "Look closer." "Stop it," she whispered. "Just stop." The glass pulsed once, a subtle ripple, like a drop of ink falling into water. And then she heard herself. Her own voice, soft, echoing from the other side. "Emily, you shouldn't have touched it." Her knees buckled. The flashlight slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor, rolling until it stopped at the mirror's base. In the reflected beam of light, she saw another Emily, standing in the reflection, perfectly still. Expression blank, eyes slightly off. Her reflection tilted its head the wrong way, then smiled. The floor creaked behind her. She spun around. Empty hallway. When she turned back, the mirrored Emily was closer now, half her face shadowed. The reflection was moving, while Emily herself stood frozen. Emily stumbled backward, whispering, "No, no, no," as she bumped into the wall. The mirrored version raised its hand, pressing its palm against the glass. The outline of the hand bloomed in frost across the surface, spreading in intricate patterns that looked like veins. Then, a hairline crack formed at the center of the mirror. One line, then two, then a dozen, spiderwebbing outward in a slow crawl. From the cracks, a faint black liquid began to seep. Too thick to be water, too dark to be shadow. It pooled at the base of the frame, trickling onto the floor. Milo hissed from the living room, a guttural, primal sound. The blackness continued to spread, forming symbols on the floorboards. Emily recognized one. The same initials she'd found carved into the back, L. Harrow. She ran, through the living room, through the kitchen, every light flickering as she passed. When she reached the front door, the knob refused to turn, locked. She yanked harder, but it wouldn't budge. Behind her, the hum grew louder, a rhythmic pounding, now in sync with her heartbeat. From the hallway came a whisper, her own voice again, overlapping with another, older, lower. Recording saved. The house that remembers. The timestamp read, tomorrow. Emily's body trembled. She stepped backward slowly, her voice breaking. What do you want from me? The whisper answered immediately. To remember. To return. To trade. Her reflection in the window now looked wrong. It blinked too slowly, its movements delayed, like it wasn't in sync anymore. Milo suddenly yowled from behind her, a shriek of panic, and darted into the hallway. Emily chased after him. Milo! The mirror pulsed again, once, violently. The reflection of the hallway opened into a gaping black corridor that went deeper than the house itself. She heard Milo's frantic meows fade into the darkness within the mirror. Without thinking, she lunged forward. The glass rippled like liquid, swallowing her whole. Silence. The mirror stood still once more, its surface pristine, untouched. Only a faint, wet handprint remained pressed against the inside. And if anyone had been there to look closely, they'd have seen a small, blurred shape moving in the reflection. A woman pacing behind the glass, whispering over and over, "Let me out. Please, let me out." The house had been empty for 8 months before I moved in. At least, that's what the realtor said. She avoided meeting my eyes when she mentioned the incident that left it vacant. Something about the previous tenant leaving suddenly, abandoning furniture, clothes, even her cat. She said it like it was a story she'd told too many times, polished into something sterile. I didn't care. I needed somewhere cheap, quiet, and away from the city. The place was old, sure, creaking floors, narrow hallway. But the moment I stepped in, I felt a hum. Not sound exactly, but presence. I told myself it was just the age of the wood, the echo of empty rooms adjusting to footsteps again. The house didn't feel haunted. Not yet. It felt lonely. The first few days were uneventful. I unpacked boxes, painted walls, and let the air settle. The only room I avoided was the guest bedroom at the end of the hall. The realtor had suggested sealing it, said the last tenant left it in strange condition. I peeked inside once. Dust sheets over everything. A faint smell of old soil. And against one wall, a mirror taller than me, its surface hidden under a gray tarp. Something about it made my stomach twist. I left it covered. By the end of the first week, the house began to respond. Doors creaked open on their own, but gently, like being nudged by an unseen hand. My phone battery drained faster when I walked near the hallway. And sometimes, just before dawn, I'd wake to a faint tapping, soft, measured, like someone knocking on glass. Still, I ignored it until the cat arrived. It was a Thursday when I first saw her, a thin gray tabby sitting by the back door, staring through the glass with unblinking eyes. No collar, fur matted, ribs faintly visible beneath her coat. She meowed once, low, mournful, like she'd been waiting for me. I opened the door, and she walked in, without hesitation, heading straight down the hallway. She stopped at the covered mirror and sat, tail curling around her paws. I laughed nervously. "Guess you've been here before, huh?" She didn't move, didn't blink. Her reflection in the tarp's sheen didn't match her posture. That night, I left a bowl of food for her and decided to call her Mira. The next morning, I found muddy footprints near the guest room door, bare, human, and new. They started at the hallway threshold and stopped right in front of the tarp-covered mirror. I froze, the cereal bowl in my hand shaking slightly. When I looked closer, I noticed something else. The tarp was slightly pulled back, just a few inches, enough to show the corner of a frame, ornate, dark, carved with something that looked like vines. Behind the tarp's gap, I thought I saw movement, a shimmer, like water. I forced myself to breathe. "Draft," I whispered to no one. "Just a draft." But Mira hissed, a long, low sound that didn't stop until I covered the mirror again. Later that day, while cleaning the attic, I found a box of old things tucked beneath a loose floorboard. Same walls, same lighting, and in the background, that same mirror, uncovered. The woman looked familiar somehow, not in a way I could explain, but in a way that made my stomach knot. Her eyes were wide. Her reflection behind her was wrong. In the reflection, her mouth was open in a silent scream. That night, I couldn't sleep. The house breathed differently after dark, slow and heavy, like it was alive and waiting. I left the hallway light on, the faint glow spilling into my bedroom. At 2:13 a.m., Mira hissed again, her body arched, fur standing up, gaze locked on the hallway. I heard it then, a voice, soft, distant, calling my name. Not from outside, from inside the house. Daniel. The whisper stretched my name like it was tasting it for the first time. My pulse quickened. I sat up, heart thudding in my throat. "Mira," I whispered, even though I knew it wasn't her. The voice came again, closer. "Daniel, help me." I followed it, barefoot, through the dim hallway. The air was colder now, sharp enough to sting my lungs. When I reached the guest room, I saw the tarp was gone, lying crumpled on the floor like someone had peeled it away carefully. And the mirror was uncovered. Its surface shimmered faintly, though no light touched it. Mira stood in front of it, staring. For a moment, I thought I saw a faint reflection of myself, blurred and colorless. Then, another figure moved behind the glass. A woman, pale, her hair stringy and dark, her mouth trembling with silent words. Her eyes locked on mine, and though I'd never seen her before, I knew her name without being told. Emily. She lifted her hand slowly, palm pressed to the inside of the glass. And when I blinked, the reflection changed. It wasn't her anymore. It was me,
But not me now. Older, thinner, terrified. And behind that version of me stood Emily again. I stumbled backward, crashing into the dresser, heart slamming in my chest. The mirror rippled like water disturbed. Then it whispered, not Emily's voice this time.
A different one, low, almost masculine, overlapping with her own. The house remembers. Now it begins again. Mira bolted, vanishing into the dark. And the mirror, just for an instant, reflected something impossible. The hallway stretching endlessly behind me. Doors that didn't exist before. And figures standing within them. Watching, breathing, waiting. For 2 days, I avoided the guest room. I kept the door shut and shoved a chair against it. Like that could keep the mirror contained. But it didn't matter. Every sound in the house began to echo faintly, as if bouncing off something hollow. When I walked past a wall, I could swear I heard a delay, a heartbeat's pause before my own footsteps answered back. It was as if the house was listening and responding. Mira wouldn't go near the hallway anymore. She stayed under the couch, eyes wide, fur trembling whenever I passed. Sometimes, in the dead quiet of night, I could hear her low growl vibrating through the floorboards, like a warning from below. I tried to distract myself, playing music, working from my laptop, pretending the guest room didn't exist. But on the third morning, my laptop camera flickered on by itself. For half a second, I saw my own reflection on the screen. And something moved behind me. When I turned around, nothing. The door was shut, the air still. But when I looked back at the laptop screen, I froze. The reflection hadn't caught up. My image was still facing the door, still turning its head, slower than I had. And as the mirrored version of me finally looked forward, its eyes were wrong, dark, vacant, as if something else was looking through them. Then the screen went black. I slammed the laptop shut and went for my phone, hands shaking. The screen flashed once, then filled with static, like snow on an old television. In the noise, a voice surfaced, faint, distant, but unmistakably mine. Don't look away. My grip loosened, and the phone hit the floor. The static stopped. I backed away until my spine met the wall. From the guest room came a soft creak, the unmistakable sound of the mirror's frame shifting, wood groaning under unseen weight. Something was happening behind that door. That evening, I called Sarah, the friend I hadn't spoken to since I moved in. I told her I needed company, maybe just someone to make me feel less insane. She arrived an hour later with wine, her bright, skeptical energy slicing through the gloom. You really freaked me out with that message, she said as she stepped inside. Her eyes scanned the house. You weren't kidding about this place being off. I tried to laugh, but it came out thin and broken. She unpacked the bottle, poured 2 glasses, and tried to steer the conversation toward normal things. work, life, anything not about ghosts or mirrors. But halfway through her story, her gaze drifted toward the hallway. "What's that?" she asked. The guest room door was slightly ajar again. I knew I'd locked it. "Don't," I started, but she was already walking toward it. "Sarah, wait." The door creaked open wider on its own. The mirror stood uncovered once more, its surface glinting faintly even in the dim light. Sarah stepped closer, entranced. Her reflection appeared, but something was off. The reflection's face wasn't mimicking her expression. It was smiling. She froze. "Daniel?" The reflection raised its hand. She didn't. I grabbed her wrist, yanking her back, and the mirror's surface rippled. It sounded like water crashing against glass. A face appeared beside hers in the reflection. Mine, but older, gaunter, eyes black as ink. We stumbled back into the hallway. Sarah gasped, clutching her chest. "What the hell is that thing?" I didn't answer. The lights flickered once, then again, and then everything went black. In the darkness, the air thickened like breathing through wet cloth. The sound of footsteps echoed behind the door. Slow, barefoot, dragging. Mira hissed from somewhere deep in the living room, her sound rising like a warning siren. Then the whisper came. "He's already here." Sarah gripped my arm. "Who said that?" "You did." The voice came again, identical to mine, but from inside the guest room. The lights snapped back on. The door now stood wide open. The mirror shimmered faintly, its surface reflecting both of us, but not as we were. Sarah was turned slightly toward me in the reflection, her eyes dull and glassy. And my reflection, it wasn't looking at the mirror. It was staring at me. Then it smiled. I pulled Sarah out of the hallway, slamming the guest room door shut. We ran into the living room, breathless, trembling. "What was that?" she whispered. I couldn't answer. My throat was dry, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. But before I could speak, the television turned on by itself. A crackling burst of static, followed by a distorted image. Us, standing in front of the guest room door. Except, it wasn't live footage. The timestamp on the corner read, "Tomorrow, 3 a.m. Sarah's voice shook. "Daniel, this is some kind of trick, right?" I didn't respond. The screen flickered again, and in the reflection, or recording, or whatever it was, the door behind us opened. A shadow stepped out, tall and formless, its head tilted toward the camera. And just before the feed cut to black, the shadow reached forward, hand outstretched toward us. That night, neither of us slept. Every hour, the house shifted and breathed, walls groaning like they were under pressure. Sarah dozed off around 2:30 a.m. on the couch, but I stayed awake, eyes on the hallway. At 2:59, the lights flickered once. Then the guest room door opened on its own. I didn't move. A cold breeze swept through the house, smelling faintly of mud and metal. From the doorway, something stepped out. The figure was tall, its movements slow and deliberate. Its features were half hidden. I recognized the curve of its jaw, the outline of its shoulders, its face. It was me, or what was left of me. I couldn't move. The thing that stepped out of the guest room looked exactly like me, down to the faint scar near my jaw and the way my hair fell slightly over my right eye. But its skin was pale, drained of color. Its movements were too smooth, like film played at the wrong speed. Sarah stirred behind me, half asleep, mumbling something before going quiet again. The thing tilted its head at the sound, the same way I tilt mine when I'm thinking. Then it smiled. Not a human smile. It was too wide, too knowing, like it was testing the limits of my face. "You're tired," it said softly. "Let me take over for a while." The voice was my own. I stumbled backward, my knees hitting the coffee table. The wine glass toppled, shattering on the floor. The noise broke the moment. Sarah jolted awake, blinking in confusion. "What's going on?" Before I could answer, the figure took a step forward. And with that movement, the air warped. A faint shimmer, like heat rising from asphalt. The hallway behind it shifted. I could see shapes, walls bending inward, furniture that wasn't mine. It was my house, but not this version of it. Sarah screamed. I grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the door, but the handle wouldn't budge. The door was locked from the outside. Behind us, the thing, my reflection, whispered again, "You shouldn't have looked." I turned. It was closer now, standing halfway into the living room. Its eyes were empty, deep wells of darkness that seemed to pull the light from the air. When it spoke again, its voice came from everywhere at once. From the walls, the floor, even my own throat. "We were fine before you moved the mirror," I shouted. "Who are you?" The reflection blinked slowly, like trying to remember. "You are." The words hit like a punch, sharp, nonsensical, but true in a way I couldn't deny. Because even as I stared at it, I realized I was hearing its thoughts, the same thoughts that had haunted me for weeks. The cold dread, the insomnia, the whisper that told me something was wrong with this house. It had been listening, learning, becoming. The lights flickered again, and suddenly, the reflection moved differently. It turned its head in perfect sync with mine, lifted its hand when I lifted mine. Like the mirror had reconnected, but this time, I was on the wrong side. The air thickened. The edges of my vision blurred. I could feel the pull, like gravity bending toward the guest room. Sarah clutched my sleeve. "Daniel, what's happening?" I tried to answer, but my mouth didn't move. The reflections did. It's rewriting, it said through my own lips. The story always rewrites itself when the door opens. The reflection stepped backward into the hallway, and the walls shifted. Everything bent, rearranging itself. The hallway stretched longer, impossibly long, the mirror at the far end glowing faintly with that same dull, silvery light. And then I saw them, other me's, flickering silhouettes,
each one trapped mid-motion, frozen in different poses of fear or confusion. Hundreds of them, stretching into the dark distance, each one mouthing the same words in perfect unison. You shouldn't have looked. Sarah pulled on my arm. Daniel, please, we need to go. I turned toward her, but she was fading, her outline softening, blurring like a reflection on disturbed water.
Her face twisted with confusion.
Danny, why can't I? Before she could finish, her voice broke apart, pixelating into static. Her body dissolved like smoke. I was alone. The reflection stepped closer again, its grin splitting wider. See? You're almost ready. Ready for what? I choked out. It leaned in, its eyes black voids. To remember which side you belong on. Then it reached out, fingers brushing my chest, and everything shattered. I was standing in the guest room again. A mirror loomed before me, its surface calm and flawless. My reflection was normal, tired, terrified, but mine. I turned slowly. The door was shut, the air still. For a moment, I thought it was over, that maybe I had dreamed it all. But then I noticed my hands. They were smeared with dirt, dark, damp, and cold. And when I stepped back, muddy footprints followed me across the carpet, exactly like the ones I'd seen on that first night.
I ran to the sink and scrubbed them off, the water turning murky brown, the smell of wet soil filling the air. My heart pounded as the sound of a low hum began, not mechanical, but alive. It came from the hallway. I turned toward the mirror again. The reflection wasn't moving. Not anymore. It just stared at me. Eyes empty, smile thin. Then, slowly, it lifted its hand and wrote something across the glass from the inside. Letters forming backward, like etched frost. It's your turn now. The lights went out. I heard the sound of footsteps, slow, dragging, coming closer. I stumbled backward, hit the wall, and screamed. When the lights flickered back, I was no longer in my house. I was inside the mirror. The glass on the other side showed my living room. I could see the real world, my world, as if through clear water. And there, standing where I had been seconds before, was him. My reflection. Alive. Breathing. Smiling. He turned toward the door, whistling softly. Mira brushed past his leg, calm now, no longer afraid. He reached down, scratched her behind the ear, and said, in my voice, "It's okay. He won't bother us anymore." I pounded on the glass. No sound, no cracks, just cold, endless silence. And as I stood there, trapped in the reflection, I saw him walk to the window, draw the curtains, and turn off the lights. Everything went black, but I could still hear his whisper, faint, echoing from beyond the glass. Every reflection needs a watcher. It had been 6 months since anyone had lived in that house. The property agent called it an old Victorian with character, but locals called it the hallway house. People said you could still hear footsteps there, late at night. Barefoot and uneven, dragging through the dark. But the rumors only made it easier for the new owner, a young writer named Evelyn Shaw, looking for quiet inspiration and cheap rent. She didn't believe in ghosts, only deadlines. The house was cold when she first moved in. Every window sealed tight, every door reluctant to open. The guest room smelled faintly of dust and something damp, like the memory of rain in the walls. As she unpacked, her cat, Rook, padded nervously around the hallway, ears flicking toward sounds she couldn't hear. Evelyn laughed it off. "Don't start with me too," she muttered, stacking her notebooks on the desk by the window. That night, she found something strange. While peeling the old wallpaper in the guest room, the edge of her scraper hit something hard. Not wood, not plaster, glass. She froze. The reflection of her own eyes stared back through the thin layer of faded paper. It wasn't a normal mirror. It stretched from floor to ceiling, a seamless pane that seemed to pulse faintly under her flashlight. She peeled more of the wallpaper away. Her reflection became clearer, but the air grew colder with every inch revealed. Behind her, Rook hissed and bolted from the room. Evelyn turned, half laughing, half uneasy. "Relax, it's just glass." But as her voice echoed back to her, she realized it wasn't echoing right. Her words came back half a second late, whispered in her own tone, but not quite matching the words she'd said. She stepped closer. Her reflection followed, but a fraction too slowly. Her smile faltered. The reflections didn't. Evelyn felt a flicker of unease twist through her stomach. She reached out and touched the glass. It was warm. That's when she noticed the faint writing near the bottom, barely visible beneath the smudges and dust, etched into the surface, backward, from the other side. She traced the letters with her fingertip, whispering as she read them aloud. Letmeout. The sound of her own voice filled the room. Then, faintly, another voice repeated it. From the mirror, Evelyn stumbled backward, heart hammering. Her flashlight flickered, and for a brief moment, she saw movement inside the reflection. A flicker of someone standing just behind her mirrored self. Tall, blurred, motionless. She turned around. The room was empty. When she looked back, the reflection was normal again. Almost. Because now, in the corner of the glass, a second reflection stood. A man, this time. Thin, pale, his hand pressed against the inside of the mirror. His mouth moved, and condensation spread across the glass, forming faint words in reverse. "I see you." That was the night Evelyn started keeping her lights on. She tried covering the mirror with a sheet, but every morning, she found the sheet pulled down. The glass always clear, always waiting. Over the following days, her phone began recording by itself, soft audio files appearing with no timestamps. Each one captured faint breathing, sometimes a low humming, and once, unmistakably, the whisper of a man's voice saying, "Every reflection needs a watcher." She deleted the files. They reappeared, again and again. One night, desperate to end it, Evelyn grabbed a hammer and swung it at the glass. The mirror didn't break. The sound didn't even echo. It absorbed the impact, like the glass had swallowed the noise whole. But the reflection changed. Now, her mirrored self no longer moved. It stood still, eyes wide, watching her quietly. Then, slowly, a crack formed. Not in the mirror, in her reflection. Hairline fractures webbed across her mirrored skin as if the glass version of her was shattering from the inside out. Through those cracks, something dark began to seep, like black ink spreading through water. Her flashlight flickered again, and when the light steadied, her reflection was gone. In its place stood him, the man from the glass, smiling faintly, hands pressed to the inside, palms flat. She backed away, trembling, but her feet felt heavy, the air around her pulling tighter. Then, from behind her, a voice whispered, her own voice, soft and calm. "You looked too long." Evelyn spun around. Her reflection was behind her now, standing outside the mirror. Its eyes glowed faintly in the dark. It tilted its head, just slightly, and smiled, the way only she could. Then everything went dark. 2 weeks later, the realtor unlocked the house again. The cat was found alive, hiding under the porch. But Evelyn was gone. The wallpaper she had stripped was back in place, except for one section near the guest room. There, faint handprints stained the paper from behind, and if you stood very still, you could hear soft tapping from the other side. Tap, tap, tap. And when the sun hit the wall just right, the faint outline of words could be seen pressed from within. Every reflection needs a watcher. Story 2. The photo that shouldn't exist. You never notice the sound of your phone at night, not until it does something it shouldn't. It was 3:17 a.m. when Daniel Ward woke to the faint, mechanical click of his phone's camera. Not a notification, not a buzz, just that soft shutter sound that didn't belong in the darkness. For a second, he didn't move. He lay there, half awake, trying to convince himself it was just a dream, or maybe the pipes again. That hollow, echoing sound old buildings make when they breathe. Then he saw it, the faint blue glow of his phone screen lighting the corner of the room. The camera app was open. His own face stared back at him in the preview window, eyes closed, asleep. His chest tightened. Slowly, he reached for the phone, his hand trembling. He opened the photo gallery. One new image, taken exactly at 3:17 a.m. It was blurry, grainy, but it showed him from the foot of the bed. He sat up, scanning the shadows, the corners where the faint streetlight through the blinds didn't reach. The room was still, too still. Door closed, windows locked. He lived alone. For a long moment, he didn't breathe. Then, with shaking fingers, he checked the rest of the gallery. No other pictures. Just that one. He deleted it, or thought he did, and threw the phone onto the nightstand. but the damage was already done. He wasn't going back to sleep. He turned on the lamp. The light filled the room, but somehow, that made it worse. Every object seemed sharper, more deliberate. His reflection in the mirror by the dresser looked off, like it was half a second behind him. He forced himself to get up, check the door, the windows, the bathroom. Everything was locked tight. He whispered, half to himself, "It's just a glitch. That's all. A stupid glitch." But deep down, he didn't believe it. Phones don't take pictures by themselves. And they definitely don't aim at you while you're sleeping. He went to the kitchen, poured a glass of water, hands shaking so badly he spilled half of it. The clock on the microwave blinked, 3:18 a.m. Only a minute had passed. A single minute. And yet the air felt different now. Heavier, like the whole apartment was holding its breath. He sat at the table, staring at the dark screen of his phone. Finally, curiosity won over fear. He picked it up again. The gallery app opened automatically. The photo he deleted was back. Same image, same timestamp. But this time, the shadow at the edge of the frame looked closer. Daniel's breath caught in his throat. He held the phone closer to the lamp's glow, squinting at the photo. That shadow, the one near the foot of the bed, it wasn't there before. He could swear it hadn't been. Now it stretched taller, darker, like something standing between the bed and the doorway. He whispered, "No, that's not. That wasn't in the picture before." The air in the room felt heavier. The quiet pressed down on him. He wanted to throw the phone, to pretend it was just his imagination. But before he could move, click. The sound again. Soft, mechanical, close. He froze. The camera shutter had gone off. Again. This time while he was awake. Slowly, he lowered the phone, scanning the room. The sound had come from the corner, by the dresser. But there was nothing there. Just his reflection, faint and distorted in the mirror. He lifted the phone again, opened the gallery. There was a new image, taken only seconds ago. It was him, sitting on the bed, eyes wide, mouth slightly open. The exact posture he was in right now. The timestamp, 3:19 a.m. A chill ran down his spine. His reflection in the mirror seemed to tremble. No, not tremble. Breathe. He turned toward it, heart pounding. Nothing. Just his own pale face staring back. "This isn't real," he whispered. "It's some kind of hack. A remote access thing. Someone's controlling my phone." But even as he said it, he knew it wasn't true. The signal bars at the top of the screen were gone. No Wi-Fi. No service. Disconnected from everything. He stood up, pacing, his bare feet whispering against the cold floor. The apartment felt wrong. Too quiet. Too aware. He went to the window and pulled back the curtain. The street outside was empty, still, drenched in orange light from the flickering lamppost. When he turned back, the phone vibrated. A notification. A new photo. Daniel hesitated, dread rooting him to the spot. He opened it anyway. It was another picture of him, but this one was taken from behind, from over his shoulder, as if someone or something was standing right there, looking down at the screen with him. He dropped the phone. It hit the carpet with a dull thud, screen face down. For a long moment, he didn't move, didn't breathe. Then, a faint tap came from the hallway, once, then again, slow, deliberate. He stepped back toward the bed, hand reaching for the bedside lamp. The bulb flickered, then went out. Darkness swallowed everything. He stood there in the dark, heart hammering, listening. The tap came again, closer this time. Then the sound of a soft exhale, like someone standing inches from him, breathing through their nose. Daniel's trembling hand found his phone. He turned it over. The screen came to life. The camera app was open, and in the front-facing view, behind his own reflection, something was moving. Something tall, watching, smiling. Daniel couldn't breathe. He stared at the phone screen, the dim glow lighting only part of his face. Behind him, that thing, it wasn't just a blur now. It had definition, height, shoulders, a faint suggestion of a grin carved into darkness. He turned around in one swift, panicked motion. Nothing there. Only the still air and the faint hum of the refrigerator bleeding through the walls. He looked back at the phone. The figure was gone, but in its place, a message appeared across the screen. Don't turn around. He backed up until his shoulders hit the wall. A cold, creeping realization began to set in. This wasn't random. The photos, the timing, the messages. Someone or something was using his own phone to get inside his head. He whispered to himself, "It's a prank. It's a virus. It's not real." But even as he said it, the silence mocked him back. A low hum filled the room. Not from the phone, from the walls. The same mechanical frequency as a camera shutter. Drawn out, distorted. The air felt thick, heavy, like he was underwater. He bent down, grabbed the phone, and as he did, click, that sound again. The unmistakable, inescapable shudder. His stomach twisted. He didn't dare open the gallery, but curiosity clawed at him until his shaking thumb pressed the screen. The new photo loaded slowly. Static lines rippled through it. Then it appeared. Daniel, standing exactly as he was right now, bent, reaching under the bed. But behind him, leaning halfway out of the closet door, was a figure. Not a shadow anymore. Human. Pale. Its face blurred like motion caught mid-frame, and on its chest, his blue hoodie. The same one he had hung by the door hours ago. His mind snapped into chaos. He stumbled back, knocking the lamp over, glass shattering. The phone clattered beside it, its light flickering against the cracked floor. The closet door creaked open, just a fraction, enough to hear it, the whisper of wood on carpet. He couldn't move. His breath came out in shallow gasps. He stared at that thin gap in the door, every nerve screaming. "Who's there?" he whispered. Silence. Then a voice, soft, mechanical, distorted through static. It came from the phone's speaker. "You left the door open, Daniel." He froze. His pulse thundered in his ears. The voice was his own. Recorded, manipulated, played back through his device. The phone vibrated violently, sliding across the floor toward him. He picked it up, horrified, and saw the camera app had opened again. Only this time, it wasn't showing his apartment. The live feed showed him, asleep, in his bed, from a new angle. One he couldn't place. The timestamp read 3:17 a.m. He checked the clock. 3:17 exactly. He wasn't asleep. Not anymore. So how could the camera be showing him that way now? The feed flickered, and his sleeping image began to twitch, to move independently, separate from him. The version of him on the screen sat up slowly, eyes wide open, staring straight into the lens. Daniel's hand went numb. The air dropped in temperature so fast he could see his breath. He wanted to run, scream, break the phone, but his body wouldn't move. The figure in the feed whispered something. The sound was faint, looping through static. He pressed the volume up, desperate to understand. The voice said, "If you're watching this, you're already in the picture." The screen went black. A heavy thud echoed from the closet. Once, then silence. Daniel stared at the phone, heart pounding, realization dawning like ice under his skin. Whoever, whatever, was behind the camera was now behind him. Daniel didn't sleep that night. He couldn't. He sat in his living room with the lights on, every bulb blazing. The phone lay face down on the coffee table, still and black as if asleep, or waiting. His mind replayed the moment again and again. The voice, the photo, the fact that it had spoken using his own tone, his own words. Outside, dawn crept sluggishly into the city. Pale light leaked through the blinds, drawing faint bars across the carpet. The world looked normal again, but that only made it worse. By morning, Daniel convinced himself it had to be explainable. It had to be. Maybe malware. Maybe someone had hacked into his phone. That thought was actually comforting. Human evil felt safer than the alternative. He showered, dressed, and stared at himself in the mirror for longer than usual. His eyes looked different, red, tired, almost hollow. He didn't recognize himself, and for a moment, it felt like someone else was looking back through the glass. "Get a grip," he muttered. But the reflection didn't move for a full second after his lips did. He left the apartment immediately after that. By noon, Daniel was sitting at a downtown cafe with his laptop open. He'd barely touched his coffee. Steam curled into the air between him and the world outside, smudging the reflection of his own face against the window. He typed. Phone camera triggers by itself. at 3:17 a.m. Causes? The search results flooded in. User forums, tech blogs, urban legends. One thread caught his eye. 317, the Watcher Protocol. It sounded absurd. He clicked anyway. The post was 6 months old. A user claimed their phone had started taking photos at exactly 3:17 a.m. every night for a week. Each image had one thing in common: a blurry figure standing behind them, closer each time. Daniel's pulse spiked. Scrolling further, he found replies, some joking, some warning. One stood out, written by a deleted account. It doesn't hack your phone. It hacks you. When you see yourself through its lens, it copies you. Every image adds to the reflection. When it's done, the reflection walks. He shut the laptop hard, the sound drawing a few stairs. He left cash on the table and hurried out into the street, the crowd swallowing him. By evening, Daniel's nerves were frayed thin. He'd gone to work, but couldn't focus. Every monitor reflection looked like it shifted slightly behind him. Every sound in his headphones echoed with an almost whispering static, faint but constant. His coworker, Lena, noticed. "You look like hell," she said, half joking. "Didn't sleep," Daniel replied, still obsessing over that old phone. He froze. He hadn't told her it was the phone that was bothering him. "How do you?" She shrugged. "You mentioned something last week. Remember?" He didn't. He excused himself early and left. The elevator in his apartment building rattled as it climbed. The flickering light above his head made the space feel smaller. He checked his watch. 10:46 p.m. He had hours until 3:17, but the anticipation already gnawed at him. When the elevator doors opened, he stepped into the hallway and stopped. There was something on the floor in front of his apartment door. A small brown envelope, no writing. Daniel approached cautiously, heart thudding. He crouched and picked it up. Inside, a single photograph, printed on glossy paper. It showed him sitting at the cafe that morning, his laptop open, its face reflected faintly in the window. And behind that reflection, a tall figure in the street, motionless, its head tilted toward the glass. Daniel flipped the photo over. On the back, written in black ink, "Stop searching." He dropped the photo and stumbled back. His mind reeled. How could anyone have known? How could anyone have seen him there at that exact time? He kicked the photo into the apartment as he unlocked the door. The hallway behind him was empty, silent. He locked himself inside, bolted every latch, and sat down against the door, trying to steady his breathing. Then his phone buzzed from across the room. He stared at it. The screen lit up. A new message. Unknown number. No words this time. Just a video file. He hesitated before opening it. The footage was grainy. Night vision. His bedroom. The camera pointed directly at his bed. On screen, Daniel was sleeping. The timestamp, 3:17 a.m. He watched as the door to the room slowly creaked open. And standing there in the doorway was him. The same clothes, the same face, half lost in shadow. The sleeping version of him stirred slightly, as if sensing something, while the standing version took a step closer to the bed. The video ended. Daniel sat, frozen, staring at the dark screen. He wanted to throw the phone, smash it, run, but all he could do was whisper to himself, over and over, "That's not me. That's not me." From somewhere in the apartment, deep and soft, came the unmistakable sound. Click. The sound of a camera shutter. Only this time, it came from behind him. Daniel didn't turn around. He couldn't. That click, soft, mechanical, familiar, hung in the air like a whisper he could feel on his skin. His breath hitched. The tiny hairs on his neck stood straight. He turned slowly, the air thick around him. The living room was empty. The phone still lay on the table, dark and motionless. But the light on the back camera, tiny, barely visible, was glowing red. He approached, trembling. The closer he got, the colder the air became, as though the device itself radiated something wrong. Daniel reached out and picked it up. The screen stayed black. It refused to turn on. Then, out of nowhere, it vibrated. Once, the screen flickered to life, not to the lock screen, but directly into the camera app. The lens pointed at him, showing his reflection in real time. Only, the reflection wasn't moving right. Daniel's chest rose and fell. The reflection's chest didn't. He blinked once. The reflection smiled. He dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor, sliding under the couch. The smile lingered on the glass for half a second longer before vanishing with a glitching flash. Daniel staggered backward, shaking. He could taste metal on his tongue, the bitter, electric tang of panic. Then the phone began to ring. The screen, face down, unseen, buzzed against the floor, over and over. Each vibration sounded heavier than the last. He picked it up slowly, thumb trembling as he turned it over. Unknown number, incoming call. He shouldn't have answered, but he did. Hello? Static. N. His own voice. Stop watching me. He froze. It wasn't just the same tone. It was the same inflection, the same breath between the words. Stop watching me. The voice repeated, louder this time. Stop watching. The call cut out. Daniel dropped the phone again, heart hammering against his ribs. He wanted to scream, to run, to do something, but every instinct screamed that movement would make it worse. He backed into the kitchen. The ticking of the wall clock filled the silence. 3:12 a.m. 5 minutes until 3:17. He moved like a man underwater. Slow. Deliberate. He unplugged the router, pulled the SIM card from his phone, yanked the battery free. It didn't matter. The kitchen light flickered anyway. A low hum built from somewhere inside the walls. Deep, almost mechanical, like a motor running far away. Daniel grabbed the nearest knife. His breath came in quick, uneven gasps. He heard a sound then, a footstep, from the hallway leading to his bedroom. He turned toward it, knife raised. The hallway was dark. The air seemed to thicken as he stepped forward. Each step creaked beneath his feet. When he reached the bedroom door, he pushed it open. Nothing. The bed was neatly made, curtains drawn, but the smell hit him, metallic, like old batteries and dust. Then his eyes caught something on the wall, a photograph, taped just above the headboard. It was him, standing in that exact doorway, holding the knife, just as he was now. The timestamp read, 3:14 a.m. Daniel's throat closed. He ripped the photo down. Beneath it, another photo had been taped. This one showed him standing in the kitchen, staring at the phone. Timestamp, 3:12 a.m. There were more behind it, layer upon layer. All of him, every action he'd taken tonight. Each photo perfectly timed. Each one from an angle no human could have captured. And the last one, still warm to the touch, showed him looking at the photos themselves. Timestamp, 3:16 a.m. His knees went weak. The photos fell from his hands. The air went still. No sound. Not even the clock. Then, the camera shutter clicked. Once, twice, 3 times. The flashes came from the ceiling. Daniel looked up and froze. Something was crouched there, clinging to the corner of the ceiling, like a spider. A shape, his shape, tilted head, empty eyes, holding the phone. And as it smiled down at him, the voice that wasn't his whispered, 3:17. The lights went out. Daniel woke to the sound of birds. The light was soft and gold through the blinds. Morning. For a moment, he thought it had all been a nightmare. The calls, the photos, the thing on the ceiling. But then his eyes adjusted. The photos were still scattered across the floor. Hundreds of them, curling at the edges from the night's humidity. Every one showed him. And the knife, the one he'd been holding, was now lying across his chest. He sat up slowly, fingers trembling as he lifted it. His pulse quickened. There was no blood, no wounds, but the steel was cold. Too cold, like it had just been washed in something not water. The silence pressed in, thick and unnatural. Even the birds outside had stopped singing. He turned to his nightstand. His phone was there. Back together, powered on, though he distinctly remembered ripping it apart. The screen glowed faintly. One new message from an unknown number. He opened it. You look better rested today. His breath hitched. The timestamp. 3:18 a.m. He scrolled down and froze. A photo was attached. It was him, asleep in bed. But his position in the image didn't match the way he'd woken up. In the photo, his head was turned the other way, toward the closet. Daniel glanced across the room. The closet door was closed. He stared at it, heart hammering. Every instinct screamed, "Don't move." Then, from behind the door, click. A soft mechanical sound. Camera shutter. Daniel bolted from the bed, knife clutched tight, yanking the door open in one motion. Empty. Only darkness. A row of hanging shirts, shoes lined up neatly below. He lowered the knife a little, chest rising and falling like surf against rocks. Then he saw it, a shadow on the far wall, the outline of a figure. But when he turned to face it, there was no one there. He turned back. The shadow was still there. He stepped inside, confusion morphing into dread. The closet wasn't deep enough for that shadow. It didn't belong. He whispered, "Who's there?" The shadow smiled. It moved independently from him, pulling away from the wall, taking form. And when it stepped forward into the thin strip of light, Daniel saw its face, his own. But its eyes were completely black, the sockets deep and glistening as though filled with ink. The shadow reached out, fingertips stretching like smoke. Daniel swung the knife. The blade sliced through air. No resistance, no body. And yet, pain exploded through his arm. He looked down. A thin cut ran across his wrist, bleeding, mirroring the movement he'd just made. The reflection had cut him back. He stumbled backward, crashing into the dresser. Photos fluttered around him like falling leaves. He pressed a towel to his wrist, trembling. The shadow tilted its head, curious, almost amused. "You're still trying to be the original," it said softly. The voice wasn't from its mouth. It came from the phone on the nightstand. The screen flickered on by itself, showing the shadow's face, but smiling broader than what was standing in the room. "But we switched places hours ago." Daniel lunged forward, slamming the phone face down. The light died instantly. The shadow disappeared. He stood there, panting, every muscle screaming. The air smelled of burnt plastic. He picked the phone up again, but now the screen showed his contact list, his own name highlighted, and under it, active call, 03:17 a.m. He ended the call. The clock on the wall ticked loudly. 8:46 a.m. He felt something shift inside him, like he'd stepped out of sync with the world. He had to leave. He packed fast, barely thinking. Threw clothes, charger, laptop into a duffel. Didn't even bother locking up. By the time he hit the street, the sun was bright, too bright, and everything looked slightly wrong. Colors washed out, movements stuttering at the edges of his vision. He reached for his phone to call Mark, but when the screen lit, the wallpaper wasn't his. It was a live photo of him standing in the middle of the street, looking directly into the camera. Only he hadn't taken it. And in the reflection of his sunglasses, the shadow smiled back. That night, at Mark's place, Daniel refused to sleep. He sat on the couch with every light on. Mark dozed off in the armchair across from him, exhausted. At exactly 3:17 a.m., Daniel's phone, face down on the table, buzzed once. Mark stirred. Daniel froze. He turned the phone over. A new message. "You can rest now. I'm wide awake." Attached, a live image. Daniel asleep on the couch, chest rising and falling. Timestamp, 3:17 a.m. But he wasn't asleep. He looked up, slowly. The phone camera light was on, and in its reflection, from the glass window across the room, Someone else sat where he should have been, eyes open, smiling. Morning came quietly, too quietly. Mark woke first. The sunlight cut through the blinds, streaking across the room, warm, golden, and normal. But Daniel wasn't on the couch anymore. The blanket lay folded neatly, pillow fluffed, and the phone was gone. Mark blinked, disoriented. "Dan?" he called out, half expecting him to answer from the kitchen or bathroom. Nothing. Just silence and the faint hum of the refrigerator. He checked the bedroom. Empty. The front door was locked from the inside. Daniel couldn't have left. Mark's chest tightened. He reached for his own phone, thumb hovering over the screen to call the police, but stopped. There was a new text notification from Daniel. He frowned, opened it. "Don't worry, I'm home now." Attached was a photo. Mark's living room, the same angle as he was standing in right now. But the couch was empty. The blanket folded exactly as it looked in front of him. He blinked, confused, looked around. The air felt wrong, too still, too heavy. He texted back, "Where are you?" The typing bubble appeared, 3 dots, then stopped. Then another message came through, "Behind you." Mark froze. Slowly, painfully, he turned his head toward the window and saw the faint reflection, 2 figures, not one. His own, and behind him a silhouette, unmoving. He spun around. Nothing. The room was empty again. He backed away, heart racing. His phone buzzed once more. He didn't want to look, but he did. Another photo, taken from outside the window this time, showing him standing there, staring at his screen. He dropped the phone. The screen cracked, but the image stayed, and the shadow behind him smiled. Later that day, the police arrived, after neighbors reported hearing glass breaking and shouting. They found Mark's apartment locked from the inside, furniture overturned, a shattered window, but no sign of struggle, no blood, and no Mark. Only his phone, lying face down on the coffee table, still recording. When they checked the footage, it showed Mark pacing nervously, talking to himself. Then at 3:17 a.m., the camera tilted slightly, as if someone unseen had lifted it, and the screen went dark. The final frame before the blackout, a figure's reflection on the window, its smile identical to Daniel's. A week later, a mail carrier dropped a small brown box at the doorstep of a quiet suburban home. No return address, just a name written in tight, blocky handwriting, Kristen Collins. Inside, a phone, black, cracked, and still faintly warm. When Kristen pressed the power button, it flickered to life. Gallery, 3,417 photos. The first few were of strangers, asleep, unaware, caught mid-breath. The last one made her heart skip. A photo of herself. Not from today, not from now, but from her bedroom. The night before, taken from the foot of her bed. She stared,
breath trembling as her reflection in the phone's black screen smiled back. The device buzzed once, 3:17 a.m., and then, click, silence. A long, unbearable silence that lingers, as though the story hasn't ended at all. Because it hasn't. Somewhere, right now, a phone camera wakes up on its own and takes another picture, and another, until it finds you.
Story 3: Reflections of the Forgotten. The rain had been falling for 3 straight days when Evelyn Hart decided to leave her apartment for the first time that week. She told herself it was just a walk, a quick escape from the smell of coffee grounds and damp wood that clung to her small studio. But the truth was simpler and heavier. She needed to feel like someone real again. The antique store stood at the edge of the Old Harbor District, tucked between a boarded-up bakery and a shuttered florist. The windows were fogged, and a flickering neon sign in faded red read, "Yesterday's Echo." Evelyn pushed the door open. A small bell jingled, its tone swallowed by the soft hum of rain. Inside, the air smelled of dust and stories. Shelves lined with forgotten furniture, chipped porcelain, and tarnished frames seemed to breathe quietly, as if holding their secrets. The owner, a thin man with watery eyes and a calm, distant voice, greeted her with a nod. Looking for something specific? She hesitated. "Something old," she said. "Something that feels like it remembers." He smiled faintly, almost knowingly, and led her toward the back of the shop. There, beneath a faded cloth, leaned a tall, ornate mirror, its frame dark wood carved with strange, looping vines. The glass itself had a faint silver haze, not quite reflective, like it remembered every face that had stood before it. Evelyn felt a strange pull. "This one," she said, barely above a whisper. The man ran his fingers across the frame. "It's from an estate sale up north. The owner, well, let's just say he preferred to face the wall." Evelyn frowned. "Meaning?" He shrugged, turning away. "Some mirrors don't like to be seen." She laughed nervously, assuming it was a joke, though his tone didn't match his smile. She paid in cash. And he wrapped it in an old blanket. When she brought it home, the mirror looked almost regal against her peeling white wall. It reflected her small apartment in soft amber tones. The hanging plants, the scattered photo prints, the cluttered desk. It made the space look bigger, warmer, somehow. For the first few hours, she couldn't stop glancing at it. Every time she passed, she caught small details, a glint of movement, a flicker of light, like the glass was breathing. That night, as the rain grew heavier, Evelyn sat at her desk, editing photos from her latest shoot. Her reflection lingered faintly in the corner of her eye, but something felt off. When she looked up, the mirror showed her apartment exactly as it was, except for one thing. In the reflection, A framed photo on the wall behind her was turned face down. She turned quickly in her chair. The real photo of her and her sister at the pier was upright, untouched. She stared at the mirror again. The photo in the reflection was still flipped. A shiver crawled across her skin. "It's just a trick of the light," she whispered. But as she reached for her coffee, the reflection moved first. Not a glitch, not her imagination. The mirrored version of her other self, was already turning the photo back upright, long before Evelyn's real hand even moved. The cup slipped from her fingers, shattering against the floor. Coffee pooled darkly across the wood. Her reflection smiled, just slightly. Evelyn stumbled back, breath shaking, staring into the glass. But the smile was gone. The reflection now mirrored her perfectly again, frozen in terror. The storm outside deepened. A low rumble of thunder shook the windows. Evelyn closed the curtains, turned off the lights, and stood there for a long time, watching the faint glint of her own outline in the darkened glass. That night, she dreamed of nothing but reflections. And in each one, her other self was awake before she was. The next morning, sunlight slid through the blinds in pale, watery lines. Evelyn blinked awake on the couch, her back aching, the sound of the rain now replaced by the low hum of passing cars. For a moment, she didn't remember why she'd fallen asleep there instead of her bed. Then her eyes drifted toward the corner. The mirror still stood where she'd left it, tall and still, its glass gleaming softly in the morning light. It looked harmless now, ordinary. And yet, the unease from last night lingered, like smoke in her chest. She rubbed her eyes, muttering to herself. It was just exhaustion, just my mind playing tricks. But when she turned to check her wall, her breath hitched. The photograph, the one of her and her sister Leah, smiling with ice cream cones by the pier, was missing from the nail. The frame lay on the floor face down. Evelyn stared. The nail was still firmly in place. Nothing else had fallen. She approached slowly, lifted the frame. The glass was unbroken, but the picture inside had changed. It wasn't a photo of her and Leah anymore. It was her, alone, standing in that same spot on the pier, smiling at nothing, the other half of the frame empty. She froze, the breath leaving her lungs in one sharp exhale. Her mind fumbled for explanations. A swapped photo, an old edit. But she had never taken a picture like this. Her phone buzzed on the counter. A message from Leah. "Leah, morning, Ev. You okay? Had a weird dream about you last night. You were at the pier, but I wasn't there." Evelyn's heart began to hammer. She typed quickly, hands trembling. "Evelyn, Leah, that's strange. I just saw a photo of that. You weren't in it." The typing bubbles appeared, then stopped, then appeared again. "Leah, Ev, what are you talking about? We never took that picture. I haven't been to the pier with you in years." Evelyn stared at the message until the words blurred. She dropped the phone and turned toward the mirror again. It looked calm, almost indifferent, as if it were waiting. A reflection, a lie, a memory rewritten. By noon, Evelyn was pacing the apartment, checking every old frame, every photo. Some were exactly as she remembered. Others were subtly altered. A different color sky, a missing face, a different smile. And in every reflection inside the mirror, the changes appeared first. She pointed her phone camera toward it, recording, trying to catch the difference. At first, the footage was normal, just her reflection. Then, for a split second, she caught it. The mirror image moved a fraction before she did, eyes glancing toward the camera knowingly, as if aware of being watched. The video glitched. The screen turned black. Then came a faint, static hum. Her voice, faint and distant, echoed through the speaker. Stop recording. But she hadn't said anything. Evelyn froze, the phone shaking in her hands. The voice was hers, but lower, slower, as if spoken from behind the glass. She shut the phone off immediately, her breath coming fast. The room felt colder now, as though the light itself had dimmed. In the reflection, behind her, something new had appeared. A door, not in her apartment, but in the mirror's world. A narrow wooden door, slightly ajar, with darkness yawning beyond it. Evelyn turned quickly, expecting to see it in her room, but there was only the plain white wall. When she looked back into the glass, the door in the reflection was wider now, and her mirrored self was gone. Her heart plummeted. She stepped closer, hand trembling, as she reached toward the glass. It was cold, not just cool, but alive, vibrating faintly under her fingertips. "Where did you go?" she whispered. A faint whisper answered her, so soft she thought it might have come from inside her own mind. "I never left." Evelyn stumbled backward, knocking into the coffee table. The mirror shuddered in its frame, a deep metallic groan escaping from it like a sigh. When it settled again, the reflection returned. Everything normal, but her mirrored self was smiling again. She didn't leave the apartment that day. Instead, she tried to distract herself, editing photos, playing music, pretending not to glance toward the mirror every few seconds. But each time she looked, she swore she caught subtle differences. The curtains would move when hers didn't. The clock would show the wrong time, and sometimes, when the world was quiet, she could hear faint scratching from behind the glass, like fingernails dragging slowly across it. That night, as she turned off the lights, her phone buzzed again. A message, unknown number, unknown. You shouldn't have turned it around. Her chest tightened. She looked slowly toward the mirror, now draped with a sheet. It moved, just slightly, like something on the other side had leaned forward. Evelyn sat on the edge of her bed that night, the apartment soaked in the hush of rain against the windows. She couldn't stop staring at the mirror. It stood quietly across the room, half shrouded by the curtain's shadow, reflecting just enough of the lamp's dim glow to look alive She had covered it once before, an old blanket thrown over the frame. But each time she did, by morning, the blanket was folded neatly at its base. Every time. That night, she whispered to herself, "Just glass. It's only glass." Her voice sounded brittle, fragile, like it didn't belong to her anymore. She brushed her fingers along the dresser, tracing the dustless outline where the mirror had always stood. It wasn't until her reflection blinked, a split second too late, that she froze. She leaned closer. Her reflection was smiling. She wasn't. The smile didn't look malicious, just wrong. A stretched, hollow grin that seemed painted on. Evelyn stumbled back, her pulse roaring in her ears. The reflection continued to grin, tilting its head slowly, as if studying her. And then, the lights flickered. Darkness swallowed the room for half a breath before the lamp steadied again. The reflection had returned to normal, face neutral, eyes tired, matching hers perfectly. She tried to laugh, but it caught somewhere deep in her throat. "Maybe I need sleep," she muttered. She turned away, walked into the kitchen, poured herself a glass of water, hands trembling slightly. The quiet hum of the fridge was the only sound. She glanced at her phone on the counter. 2:47 a.m. When she looked up, she saw it. Her reflection. Not in the mirror this time. In the dark window. It wasn't mimicking her movements. It was standing still. Watching, she dropped the glass. It shattered. Water spilling across the floor like mercury. The reflection tilted its head again. Slow. Deliberate. Then faded with the lights of a passing car outside. Evelyn clutched the edge of the counter, gasping. The next morning, sunlight spilled through the blinds as if the night had been nothing but a dream. The mirror was harmless again, polished and still, reflecting only her tired face. But when she checked her phone, a new photo notification blinked on the screen. It was a picture of her, taken in her sleep. Same clothes, same hair, taken from the foot of her bed. Her hand trembled as she scrolled through the gallery. There were no other photos, no timestamp anomalies, just that one image. And in the background, barely visible, was the faint curve of the mirror's frame. That was when she realized it wasn't her phone that had taken it. The reflection had. All that day, Evelyn moved through her apartment in a haze. Her coffee went cold. Her phone buzzed with messages she didn't answer. Each time she passed the mirror, she swore she could feel a soft vibration in the air, a hum just below hearing, like the glass was breathing. At sunset, she noticed something new. The mirror's surface wasn't reflecting her bedroom anymore. It showed the same space, yes, but the objects were rearranged, subtly, disturbingly. Her books were stacked differently, the curtains drawn halfway, and on the desk, her laptop sat open, its screen glowing faintly, though in reality it was shut. She stepped closer, breath shallow. The reflection was showing tomorrow. She didn't know how she knew that. She just did. The air around the mirror pulsed faintly, heat radiating off the glass. Her reflection looked back at her, face pale and still. And then it spoke. soundless, lips forming the words she couldn't hear, yet somehow understood. "You're already inside." Her stomach turned cold. She stumbled back, nearly tripping over the rug. Her phone buzzed again on the table. This time, a notification from her calendar app. An event she didn't create. Mirror maintenance, 3 a.m. Her throat went dry. She didn't set that reminder. The clock ticked slowly toward nightfall, and Evelyn realized something that twisted her gut with dread. It wasn't just her reflection that had changed. Her memories were starting to shift too. She opened her closet and found a dress she didn't remember buying, checked her notes app, and found pages written in her handwriting, though she had no memory of typing them. Don't trust what looks back. The glass is learning. It remembers what you forget. By the time the sun dipped below the skyline, her reflection had stopped moving entirely. Frozen in place, eyes wide, lips slightly parted, as though trapped mid-breath. Evelyn whispered to it, "What do you want?" The reflection blinked once, slowly. And then for the first time, it smiled again. Evelyn didn't remember falling asleep. She only remembered the dream. A whisper, a hum, that grew until it wasn't sound anymore, but pressure behind her eyes. And through it all, her reflection standing at the foot of her bed, smiling. When she woke, the apartment was unnervingly quiet. The clock on her nightstand read 3:02 a.m. Her throat was dry, her heart heavy. Then she heard it, the soft click of her laptop waking itself from sleep. From her bed, she could see the faint blue glow spill across the floor from the next room. She hadn't touched the computer all day. Still, the screen came to life. She stood slowly, every step toward the desk deliberate, unwilling but compelled. On the screen, a blank document was open. No cursor blinking, no keys pressed. Then the words began to appear, letter by letter. "Do not cover the mirror." Evelyn's breath caught in her throat. She whispered, "Who's there?" But the apartment swallowed her words. The text continued to write itself. "I can't see you when you hide. You need to look." The power flickered once, twice, before cutting out completely. The room went dark, except for the faint shimmer of the mirror, glowing as though moonlight had been trapped inside it. Her reflection stood there again, motionless. But the background behind it wasn't her room anymore. It was the hallway outside her apartment door. Evelyn's heart seized. She backed away slowly, the floor creaking underfoot. The reflection mimicked the movement until it stopped, and she didn't. It raised its hand to the glass, pressing its palm against the surface. The same mark appeared on Evelyn's real palm, red and warm, as if burned. She screamed and stumbled backward. The mirror vibrated, humming now in a low, guttural rhythm, like something alive trying to breathe. And then it stopped. The hum ceased. The lights snapped back on. The mirror showed only her apartment again. Normal, still,
and harmless. Her palm still throbbed. Evelyn wrapped a towel around her hand and sat on the floor, shaking. Her laptop, still open, displayed one final line. "You opened the door." She slammed it shut. By morning, she tried to convince herself it had all been some kind of breakdown. Stress, insomnia, grief from a past she never fully unpacked.
But when she checked her phone, a new photo sat in her gallery. It was of her apartment door, half open. The timestamp, 3:03 a.m. She deleted it immediately, but it reappeared seconds later, as though copied from somewhere else. The reflection had been right. The door was open, whether in her world or its. She couldn't tell anymore. Evelyn tried to return to routine. She went to work, though her coworkers noticed she looked pale, distracted. At lunch, she mentioned the mirror to her colleague Nara, one of the few people she trusted. "It's probably stress," Mara said gently. "You've been working nonstop. Maybe you just saw your own fear staring back." Evelyn wanted to believe that. She really did. But that evening, when she got home, Mara texted her, "Hey, weird question. Do you still have that antique mirror? Because I had a dream about it last night." Evelyn froze, staring at the message. She hadn't shown Mara the mirror, hadn't described it in detail. In the dream, Mara's next message read, "Someone was standing behind me, but it wasn't my reflection. It looked like you." Evelyn dropped the phone. The mirror had followed her. No, it had connected them. She unplugged every electronic device, pulled the mirror from the wall, and dragged it to the hallway, planning to throw it away. But when she reached the door, she stopped dead. In the reflection, the hallway wasn't empty. Behind her stood another Evelyn, expression blank, eyes black and glossy as the mirror itself. Evelyn turned, knife-cold fear flooding her veins. No one was there, but the reflection remained, still watching, still smiling. Then it raised its hand again and pressed it against the glass. This time, Evelyn didn't move. She stared at it, trembling, whispering, "Who are you?" And the reflection's lips formed the words, not spoken, but clear as thought. "You're asking the wrong question. What are you?" The light bulb above flickered. The reflection's smile widened, revealing too many teeth, too sharp. And from somewhere deep in the glass, something knocked back. Once, twice, 3 times. Evelyn stumbled backward into the wall, unable to scream. The mirror went dark, completely black, swallowing its own reflection, and written faintly across its surface, appearing as if etched from inside, 3:03, the door reopens. Evelyn didn't leave her apartment for 2 days. She couldn't. The mirror stood in the hallway like a silent judge, tall, elegant, and impossibly still. Every time she tried to walk past it, she swore she could hear something from within. Faint breathing, a heartbeat that wasn't hers. By the 3rd morning, she couldn't take it anymore. She wrapped the mirror in a sheet, tied it with rope, and shoved it into her storage closet. out of sight, out of mind, or so she told herself. But that afternoon, when she passed by the closet, she heard a faint scratching from inside, like fingernails dragging along the wood. Slow, patient, waiting. Evelyn backed away, heart hammering. She pressed her ear against the door and froze when she heard her own voice whisper from the other side, "You can't hide me forever." She stumbled backward, tripping over the rug. The sound stopped. The apartment fell silent again. Evelyn stayed there for a long time, clutching the wall, trying not to break. Later that evening, she tried to call Mara. No answer, just voicemail. She sent a quick text instead. "Please tell me you're okay. Something's happening again." Then she hesitated, fingers shaking, and added, "It's the mirror. It's back." No response came. By midnight, the air in her apartment had changed. Heavy, thick, charged, like the moment before a thunderstorm. When she finally gathered the courage to check the closet again, the door was ajar. The sheet she'd wrapped the mirror in was crumpled on the floor, rope cut cleanly in half. And the mirror stood upright in the middle of the living room, exactly where it had been before. Evelyn's voice cracked. "I didn't move you." The reflection smiled back faintly, almost tenderly. Then, without warning, the image shifted, showing yesterday's Evelyn dragging the mirror down the hallway. Her reflection replayed the entire event like a film on loop. Evelyn took a step forward, horrified. The reflection changed again. Now, it showed her sitting on the couch, asleep, at that very moment. And in the reflection's background, a shadow leaned over her shoulder, her chest constricted. She turned slowly, dread crawling through her veins. Nothing, only empty air and silence. When she looked back, the shadow was gone. But now, words appeared across the mirror's surface, written in fog as though breathed onto the glass. Not a reflection, a record. She touched the glass. It was cold, too cold. Her fingertip left no smudge, no warmth. Evelyn whispered, "What are you recording?" The answer came, low and distorted, vibrating from somewhere inside the mirror. "You." She stumbled back. "No, no!" The mirror flashed, images flooding across its surface like flickering memories. Her as a child, crying in her bedroom, her first heartbreak, the day she buried her father. Moments she never filmed, never captured, yet it had them all. Her breath came in ragged bursts. "Stop," she begged. "Stop showing me this." But the memories kept coming. Faster now. Hundreds, maybe thousands of them. Looping, bending, warping. Then they began to change. Her reflections smiled in moments she remembered crying. In others, she saw herself holding things she'd never owned. A key, a knife, a book she didn't recognize. The mirror wasn't just replaying her life. It was rewriting it. The floor beneath her seemed to hum. The apartment lights flickered, their glow pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. Evelyn screamed and hurled a candle holder at the mirror. The glass cracked, just slightly, but didn't shatter. From the fracture, A faint trail of black liquid seeped downward like ink. And then the reflection blinked. Evelyn froze. Her reflection was alive. It blinked again and tilted its head, studying her, mimicking her fear, her horror, but exaggerated, distorted, wrong. She backed away slowly, whispering to herself, wake up, this isn't real." Her phone buzzed on the table, breaking the spell. She snatched it up. A message from Mara. "Evelyn, don't touch the mirror. It doesn't just record, it replaces." Evelyn's eyes widened. She typed frantically, "What do you mean?" The reply came almost instantly. "Check your reflection." She turned toward the mirror. Her reflection was smiling. She wasn't. Her phone slipped from her hand, crashing to the floor. The reflection raised its hand again, pressing it against the cracked glass. And this time, Evelyn's hand moved on its own, mirroring the gesture. The pain burned through her palm, spreading like fire through her veins. Her vision blurred as the reflection's grin widened, the crack in the glass glowing faintly red. The mirror whispered, "You opened the door. Now let me in." Evelyn tried to pull away, but her body wouldn't obey. Her reflection's hand slipped through the crack, black liquid dripping from its fingers, reaching for her face. And then, silence. The power in the apartment went out. When the lights flickered back to life a moment later, the mirror stood unbroken, empty. No reflection. Evelyn Collins was gone. Rain drummed softly against the window pane as Mara unlocked her apartment door. The hallway behind her was empty, too empty, the kind of silence that presses on your ears. She stepped inside, balancing her phone and a stack of papers, and froze. On her coffee table sat a rectangular shape covered in a familiar white sheet, damp at the edges, folded perfectly. Her throat tightened. She didn't have to lift it to know what was beneath. The mirror. No, this isn't happening. Her voice sounded small, almost lost in the dark of her apartment. The air smelled faintly metallic, like cold iron or blood. She backed toward the wall, trembling fingers searching for the light switch. The lamp flickered to life, dim, yellowish, unsteady. For a second, she swore she saw movement beneath the sheet, like something breathing underneath. Her phone buzzed in her hand, startling her. A message. Unknown number. You said you'd help her. Mara's breath hitched. "Who is this?" she typed, her thumbs trembling. "You're next." She dropped the phone. It hit the carpet and rolled under the table. For a long, heavy moment, all she heard was her pulse hammering in her ears. Then, a sound, soft, wet, drip, drip, drip. Water. She turned to the sound and saw it, a dark puddle slowly forming beneath the sheet. It wasn't clear water. It was black, thick, ink-like. Mara's skin prickled. She took one hesitant step forward, then another, heart pounding against her ribs. Her hand reached out, stopped, inches away from the fabric, and pulled the sheet back. The mirror gleamed beneath it, untouched, flawless. But it wasn't her reflection staring back. It was Evelyn. Eyes wide, face pale, mouth moving, though no sound came. Mara staggered backward, shaking her head violently. Evelyn? Oh my God, Evelyn. The reflection's mouth moved again, silently forming words, until sound finally returned, crackling like static through the glass. Help me. Tears welled in Mara's eyes. How? Tell me how. The reflection's expression twisted, anguish morphing into terror. Her lips formed new words. Don't look too long. Mara blinked, and in that instant, Evelyn's reflection vanished. The mirror now showed Mara herself, standing pale and trembling. But behind her, in the reflection, the door to the apartment was wide open. She spun around. The real door was shut. Her breathing quickened. The mirror flickered again. The apartment, in the reflection, began to change. Paint peeled from the walls. Furniture warped, twisting into wrong shapes. Her own reflection's eyes began to darken, pupils spreading like ink until the whites were gone. You shouldn't have taken her place, a distorted voice hissed from the glass. Mara clutched her head. I didn't take anything. The reflection leaned closer, grinning. A warped version of her face, now smeared with shadows. Someone always replaces the missing. The room dimmed. The light bulbs hummed, then burst one by one with soft, wet pops. Glass rained across the floor. The air smelled of ozone and decay. Mara screamed and stumbled toward the door, fumbling for the lock. It wouldn't turn. Her hands slipped, slick with sweat. Behind her, the sound of cracking glass echoed, the mirror splitting again, veins of light and darkness racing through it like lightning. Then, from deep inside the mirror, a second figure emerged. Evelyn again, but her eyes were black voids now. She whispered through the glass, voice layered and hollow. You should have never looked. The mirror pulsed. A blinding flash of white consuming the room. Mara's scream dissolved into static. Then, silence. When the lights returned moments later, the apartment was empty. Only the mirror remained. On its surface, two faint silhouettes shimmered, Evelyn and Mara, standing side by side, motionless, faces blank. And beneath them, letters began to form slowly, carved from within the glass itself. Every reflection is just waiting for its turn. A black liquid began to rise again from the bottom of the mirror, swallowing their images whole, until only the apartment's ceiling light reflected faintly across its dark, liquid surface. Then, a single soft click, like a camera shutter, echoed in the empty room. Epilogue. The reflection remains. The house was quiet again. Too quiet. The storm that had raged outside had finally died down, leaving behind only the soft, steady hum of rain against the windows, like fingertips tracing glass. The mirror stood where it always had, tall and motionless at the end of the hallway. Its surface was clean now, free of dust or fingerprints, almost too clean, as if someone had polished it after she disappeared. A faint flicker of light moved across its surface, the reflection of the street lamp outside. Then another light joined it, softer, pulsing, alive. For a moment, the surface rippled as though stirred by invisible breath, and deep inside the glass, a shape began to form. A woman's outline, still, watching. Kristen's apartment remained empty, the furniture covered in sheets, dust floating like ash in the beam of moonlight slicing through the blinds. And yet, in the mirror, she moved, her hand pressed against the inside of the glass, pale, trembling, leaving a faint print that shouldn't have been possible. Her mouth opened, shaping words no one could hear. Her eyes, hollow, pleading, followed the invisible line of sight toward the door. The sound of keys rattled in the lock, a real-world noise. Someone was entering the apartment. The door creaked open, letting in a sliver of streetlight and the faint echo of footsteps. A man's voice broke the silence, soft, curious. "Hello. Realtor said the place was empty." He stepped in, flashlight sweeping across the room. The beam passed over the mirror, just for an instant, before moving on. Then, it stopped. He frowned, leaning closer, because for a fraction of a second, he could have sworn the reflection wasn't his. The flashlight flickered. The room dimmed. And from inside the mirror, something smiled. Just a faint, human curve of lips. Barely there, but enough. The man took a step back, uneasy. Then another. He reached for the light switch. Nothing happened. Behind him, the mirror whispered. A single soft phrase, carried in a voice, both familiar and broken. "Don't look away." The beam of the flashlight fell, clattering to the floor. The room was dark again. Story 4. It writes what I haven't done yet. The first time I saw the journal, it didn't feel like finding something new. It felt like remembering something I'd already forgotten. It was wedged halfway through my morning mail, between a bill and a real estate flyer. A small, leather-bound notebook, its spine cracked, its edges worn soft, like something that had survived too many hands. No title, no logo, no return address. Just there. I don't remember bringing it inside. One moment, I was standing by my door, fumbling through envelopes. The next, I was at my desk, staring at it lying open in front of me. Blank pages, every one of them empty. I told myself it was just some promo thing, maybe a gift from the publishing house. I work as a freelance editor now, burned out from real journalism, and weird mail wasn't new to me. Still, there was something about that book, something unsettled. The pages didn't feel right. The paper was thick, almost heavy, like it didn't want to be written on. The faintest scent of smoke clung to it, mixed with something metallic. Old ink, maybe. I flipped to the back cover. No brand, no serial number. Just 2 words etched faintly into the leather, so faint I almost missed them. For you. I laughed nervously and set it aside. But that night, when I came back to my desk, the book wasn't where I left it. It was open, in the center of the desk, a single line written neatly across the first page. You forgot to turn off the hallway light. I froze, because I had. The light outside my door was still glowing through the crack at the bottom, something I hadn't even noticed yet. My first thought was simple. I must have written it myself, maybe earlier, and forgot. Except the handwriting wasn't mine. Too smooth, too deliberate. The loops perfect, the spacing precise, the kind of writing that looks more intentional than natural. I grabbed the book, flipping through the rest of the pages. All blank again. The room suddenly felt smaller, tighter, like the walls were leaning in. I placed the journal in a drawer, shut it, and told myself that was the end of it. But the next morning, another line appeared. This time, I hadn't even touched the drawer. The book was back on my desk, open to a fresh page. Don't be late to the coffee shop at 9. I frowned. That was specific. I checked the clock, 8:41 a.m. I hadn't planned to go anywhere that morning. But curiosity, it's a cruel thing. I grabbed my jacket and went. When I got there, the place was half empty, the usual hum of conversation mixed with the hiss of espresso machines. I stood in line, trying to shake off the absurdity of it all, when someone brushed past me, a woman in a gray coat. She smiled, a soft, brief smile, and muttered, "Sorry," before leaving through the side door. I wouldn't have thought twice about her, if not for what I saw next. On the counter, beside the sugar jars, lay a folded napkin. My name was written on it, in the same handwriting as the journal. I unfolded it slowly. Nice to finally see you. I didn't finish my coffee. I left it half full, the napkin clenched in my palm, the entire walk home. When I got back, the journal waited for me again. Same position, same page. Only now, the napkin was gone. And on the open page, written beneath the earlier message, was another line. She looked happy to meet you too. I slammed it shut. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak, every whisper of the wind outside sounded like movement. I'd convinced myself it had to be a prank. Some elaborate, creepy joke. Maybe one of my old colleagues trying to mess with me. But that illusion died the next morning when I found a new entry waiting for me. Stop looking for who's writing this. You won't like the answer. I stared at the words for a long time. They didn't feel like a threat. Not exactly. More like a warning. Still, my fingers trembled as I touched the page. The ink wasn't fresh, but it wasn't dry either. It felt alive. That day, I left the journal closed, hidden beneath a stack of papers. But somehow, even when I wasn't looking at it, I felt its weight in the room, like a pulse just beneath the surface. That night, as I drifted toward uneasy sleep, I swore I heard the faint sound of a pen scratching from the desk. Soft, slow, deliberate. When I turned on the light, the book was open again. A new sentence sprawled across the page in clean, perfect ink. "Good night, Evan." And that was the first night I realized the journal wasn't recording what I did. It was writing it first. By the second week, I stopped pretending it wasn't real.
The journal had become part of my daily life. Not because I wanted it to, but because it refused to be ignored. Every morning, I woke to find new lines scrawled in perfect, even handwriting across fresh pages. Sometimes short and cryptic, other times entire paragraphs that read like entries from my life. Except they always came before the events happened. The first few were harmless enough. Small, eerie coincidences that could almost be explained away. You'll spill your coffee at 8:12. I did. Don't answer the phone at 10:37. I ignored it, but when I later checked, the missed call was from an unknown number with no voicemail. Each prediction, each warning came true, every single one. At first, I tried to treat it like an experiment. I tested it. If the journal said, "You'll drop your keys," I tried to keep my hands steady, but somehow they slipped anyway. If it said, "You'll hear footsteps," I'd turn up the TV, and still, the faint creak of someone pacing the hallway would bleed through the walls. It wasn't predicting anymore. It was deciding. I started avoiding it, shoving it into drawers, even wrapping it in a towel, and hiding it in the closet. But no matter where I put it, the next morning, it was back on my desk, open, waiting. The entries grew longer, more personal. It began mentioning things it couldn't possibly know. You still miss her. You wonder if leaving was a mistake. You won't delete the old messages tonight. It knew about her. About Lydia. The woman I'd spent 3 years with before everything fell apart. The one I hadn't seen since she left last winter. That night, I sat across from the journal, staring at those words as if the leather cover might blink. I whispered into the room, "Who are you?" The page trembled faintly. Then, impossibly, new words began to appear. The ink surfaced slowly, as if written by an invisible hand right in front of me. I'm the one who remembers what you forget. Something inside me broke. I slammed the book shut, grabbed my jacket, and stormed out into the night. The city air was sharp, metallic with rain. My steps echoed along the empty sidewalk. Every window reflection seemed to twitch at the edges, like I wasn't seeing just myself anymore. By the time I reached the corner cafe, my breath was ragged. The lights were dim. They always kept them low that time of night. I ordered black coffee, sat in the back, and tried to think. But even there, I wasn't alone. Across the room, a woman sat by the window, pale coat, familiar tilt of the head. When she turned slightly, my heart stuttered. Lydia. I hadn't seen her in months. I was sure it was her. Same sharp jawline, same dark hair, tucked behind one ear. I stood to approach her, but she didn't move, didn't look up, just stared into the rain, expression blank, lips slightly parted, like she was whispering to the glass. I hesitated, suddenly uncertain. And then my phone buzzed. A text. From unknown. It said, "She can't see you yet." I turned toward the window again, but the chair was empty. Only her coffee cup remained, steam still rising. When I got home, The journal was waiting on the bed, open. A single new line gleamed under the lamplight, the ink still wet enough to shimmer.
She's closer now. You shouldn't have left the cafe. I stepped back, pulse hammering. I wanted to scream, to burn it, to throw it away, but a sick curiosity rooted me in place. I flipped to the next page, hands trembling. There was already a faint impression of words not yet written, like pressure marks from a pen, invisible until you tilted the page to the light. I tilted it. 3 words caught the glow. Don't look behind. A knock came from the hallway. Sharp, sudden, 3 times. I didn't move, not even to breathe. Another knock, softer this time. Then, silence. I inched toward the door, heart pounding. My reflection flickered in the mirror by the entrance. Pale, drawn, eyes too wide. When I opened the door, no one. Just the empty hallway and the faint smell of rain drifting in from the stairwell below. I stepped out, scanning both directions. Nothing. Then I saw it. A piece of paper folded neatly on the floor. My name on the front, in that same perfect cursive. I unfolded it slowly. You looked anyway. I didn't go back to bed that night. I sat by the desk until morning. The journal opened before me like a breathing thing. And at sunrise, the page turned on its own. A new sentence appeared at the bottom, the ink bleeding slowly through the paper. You'll understand tonight at 3:17. By the time the clock crept toward 3 a.m., I was wide awake, sitting in the dim glow of my desk lamp, staring at the journal as if it were alive. The words on the page seemed to breathe, faint pulses of shadow, shifting just beneath the ink, like veins under skin. The last entry waited for me in its careful script. You'll understand tonight at 3:17. I'd spent hours trying to reason with it. Maybe I was sleep writing. Maybe someone was breaking in. But deep down, I knew neither was true. Because the writing wasn't mine. It never felt like mine. I could feel it, the weight of the words pressing against the air, the way the ink always seemed to dry just as I looked at it, like it knew I was watching. The hum of the city outside had quieted to nothing. Even Jasper, my cat, slept curled in the corner, tail flicking like he dreamed of escape. At 3:16 a.m., the temperature dropped, the air thickened, and the pages began to turn on their own. The sound was soft, like fingertips brushing parchment. I leaned closer, afraid and fascinated all at once. The movement stopped at a blank page halfway through the book. My reflection shimmered faintly in the glass of the window beside me, warped by condensation. Then the ink began to appear, line after line, written by no visible hand. He doesn't understand that stories need endings. He doesn't know he's already in one. I stumbled back, chair scraping the floor. The journal stayed open, letters unfurling as though an invisible quill dragged itself across the paper in real time. I could hear it now, faint scratching from inside the page. And then I saw something I couldn't process. My handwriting, unmistakably mine, began to overwrite the previous text, replacing words, reshaping them. Every letter was familiar. Every stroke mirrored my own journal entries from years ago. It was me writing, but I wasn't holding the pen. The entry continued, filling the page as my heart slammed against my ribs. At 3:17 a.m., he will stand by the window. He will think he hears a voice. He will look outside. And when he looks, something will look back. The second hand on the clock ticked. To 3:17, I froze. The journal's ink glistened, wet and fresh. The reflection in the window seemed to shift, like someone was standing behind me, but their silhouette was inside the glass. I told myself not to turn around, not to move. But something deeper, some instinct older than fear, forced my eyes upward. In the faint reflection, another face hovered beside mine. Pale, familiar, smiling. I spun around, nothing there. The window reflected only me, trembling and pale, and the room behind me. But then I noticed something wrong. In the reflection, the journal was still open. On the desk behind me, it was closed. My reflection turned the page. I didn't. The sound of the page flipping came not from the glass, but from behind me. I whirled around again. The book lay open now, just as the reflection had shown. New words appeared, rapid and forceful. He saw it. He shouldn't have. The story adjusts. The lines beneath them began to fade, ink bleeding outward until the text vanished completely. And then, like film melting in a projector, parts of the room began to distort, the edges of the bookshelf blurring, the lamp dimming as though memory itself was thinning. I blinked, disoriented. Where my bookshelf had stood seconds ago, there was only a blank stretch of wall. No books, no wood, no dust. Gone. I staggered back, flipping through the journal desperately, searching for the missing page. And there it was, an entry I hadn't written. He never owned a bookshelf. My breath hitched. I turned to where the wall had been. Still empty. The book wasn't recording reality anymore. It was rewriting it. By morning, 3 more things had vanished. The framed photo of Lydia, the chipped mug I always used for coffee, and the small scar on my wrist I'd had since childhood. Each one erased in the book first, then gone from the world. I tried to fight it, to stop reading, to lock the thing away. But even when I closed it, the next time I blinked, it was open again, always open to the next line. He tries to destroy the journal tonight. That night, I set up my phone to record. I placed the journal in the sink, poured lighter fluid over it, and struck a match. The flame caught instantly, blue-white and furious. I backed away, coughing on the acrid smoke. But the fire didn't consume it. It only burned around it. The leather cover blackened. The air crackled. And when the flame died, the journal sat untouched. The page had changed again. He doesn't understand. The fire isn't for the paper. It's for him. The smoke alarm screamed. I dropped the matchbox, ran to open a window, and that's when I saw the reflection again. My reflection didn't move. It stood there, still as glass, smiling faintly. And then it reached forward, into the room. The world flickered, the air splitting like tearing fabric. I stumbled backward, tripped over the chair, hit the floor hard. My phone camera continued recording, capturing everything. The reflection's hand brushed the surface of the real world like it was testing water. Then it wrote a single sentence across the inside of the glass, the letters forming in frost. Chapter 2, the rewrite. The journal snapped shut on its own. And for the first time, I realized the story had only just begun. Morning sunlight crept across the floorboards, but it felt wrong. Too bright, too cold, like light in a place that didn't deserve it. The journal sat exactly where I'd left it the night before, on the desk, closed, unburned, the leather darker now, as though it had absorbed the smoke rather than survived it. I hadn't slept. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that reflection, my face smiling when I wasn't, my eyes watching me like I was the intruder. I told myself the fire had released fumes, that I was hallucinating. But the proof was there, in front of me. The bookshelf was still gone. So were the mug, the scar, and Lydia's photo. And my phone recording, the one I'd set up to capture everything, showed nothing but static from the moment the flames touched the book. White noise, as though reality itself had glitched. I pressed play, again and again, trying to catch even one clear frame. There was none. Only static and a faint whisper at the very end, just before the video cut off. A voice, mine, saying, "I see you." I shut the phone off and pushed it away. My hands trembled. I needed air. I left the apartment, forcing myself into motion, each step mechanical. I walked aimlessly, past the cafe where Lydia and I used to meet, past the park bench where I sometimes read. But something felt wrong in every direction. The city seemed slightly shifted. Buildings familiar, but off by inches. Street signs with names I didn't remember. The cafe wasn't Rose's anymore. It was the Lantern Room. Same location, same brickwork, but different name, different colors, different smell. My pulse climbed. I stopped a passerby, a woman with headphones. "Excuse me," I said. "How long has this cafe been here?" She frowned, uncertain. "Always. Always." I turned, scanning the street. A flicker of vertigo hit me. This wasn't just my imagination. The world had changed. No, it had been rewritten. I returned home in a panic, slamming the door shut, locking every bolt. The journal was waiting on the table, open to a page I hadn't left it on. The ink was fresh. He went outside to check if it was real. He confirmed it was. He returned to write this down. I hadn't written a word, but it knew. I snatched the pen beside it and scrawled my own words in defiance. Each letter, jagged and frantic. "I didn't write this. I'm not writing any of this." The journal paused. Then, impossibly, replied on the next line in the same ink. "You are now
The pen slipped from my fingers. That night, I dreamed of blank pages falling from the ceiling like snow. Each one had a name. Each one whispered when it hit the ground. When I woke, my apartment smelled like rain, but the windows were shut. The journal was open again, and this time, it wasn't words waiting on the page. It was a drawing, a perfect sketch of me, sleeping. I stared at it, horrified. The details were exact. The creased sheets, the position of my hands, even the faint scar on my right forearm. Except I didn't have a scar there. Not anymore. But now, in the drawing, I did. As I watched, the sketch shifted, the pencil lines moving like muscles flexing. The scar darkened, bleeding slightly at the edges of the paper. A dull sting spread through my arm. I looked down, and the scar was back. I screamed and stumbled backward, knocking over the chair. The journal stayed open, the page shimmering faintly, like heat rising from asphalt. Words appeared beneath the sketch. Corrections applied. Continuity restored. I tore at the page, ripping it from the spine, but the journal didn't resist. It wanted me to. I threw the torn page into the trash and stepped away, panting. Then, slowly, the air changed again. A faint rustling came from the trash bin. The page inside began to curl, blackening at the edges. Smoke rose from it, but there was no fire, just ink burning itself away, line by line. When it was gone, the smell of charred paper lingered. I turned back to the journal. The torn page had reappeared inside, seamless, whole. I slammed it shut, fart hammering. That was when I noticed the handwriting had changed again. It was no longer just mine. It was Lydia's, too. Her name appeared at the top of a new page. Lydia Harper, reintroduction. I whispered, "No." But the lines kept forming. She knocks at his door at 11:07 p.m. She says she never left. My phone buzzed. 11:07 p.m. 3 soft knocks echoed from the hallway. I stood frozen, unable to breathe. The knocks came again. Slow, gentle, familiar. Every instinct screamed not to open the door, but my hand moved anyway, as if pulled by invisible threads. I opened it, and there she was, Lydia, her hair damp from rain, her face pale and smiling faintly, exactly as I remembered her the night before the accident. My mind fractured between grief and terror. "Lydia?" I whispered. She tilted her head, studying me. "You wrote me back," she said softly. "I knew you would." I stumbled back, shaking my head. "No, you died." Her smile didn't fade. Not anymore. The journal, on the table behind me, flipped another page on its own. He brings her inside, and before I could even think, my hand reached out, holding the door open. Lydia stepped inside, the sound of her heels soft against the wood, like a memory repeating itself. The air shifted, colder, denser, as though her presence displaced something unseen. She looked around the apartment slowly, her gaze landing on familiar things she shouldn't remember. The chipped coffee mug she'd once loved, the plant she'd given me on my birthday, long dead now, brittle leaves like paper bones.
Everything's the same, she said quietly. Her voice was gentle, melodic, and impossibly real. I swallowed hard. Lydia, this isn't real. You can't be here. She turned to me, eyes bright but distant, like someone looking through me rather than at me. Then who's talking to you? She asked softly. Her words sank into me like a needle under the skin. I backed away, bumping into the table. The journal slid slightly, its cover pulsing faintly, breathing almost. Lydia followed my glance, her expression unreadable. You found it. I froze. What do you mean, found it? She smiled faintly, almost proud. You finished what I couldn't. My pulse quickened. You're saying you knew about it? Her smile faded. You think I went out that night for coffee? She shook her head. It found me first. I thought I could control it, but it doesn't let go. I stared at her, my throat dry. The book killed you. Lydia took a slow step closer. It doesn't kill. It rewrites. Her words echoed inside my skull. I reached for the journal, my fingers trembling. Then why bring you back? Why now? She hesitated, her voice lowering to a whisper. Because it needs both of us this time. The lights flickered. The temperature dropped so sharply that my breath turned visible. The sound of paper rustling filled the air, but the pages weren't moving. The walls were. Faint text began bleeding through the white paint, words appearing where shadows should be. He welcomes her home. She remembers what he forgot. They begin again. No, I muttered. No, this isn't happening. I lunged for the journal and slammed it shut, shouting, "Stop!" The writing on the walls froze mid-sentence. The silence that followed was suffocating. When I looked up again, Lydia was standing inches from me. Her eyes glistened, not with tears, but with something black, like ink swirling under the surface. You shouldn't have done that, she said softly. The journal thudded once against the table, like a heartbeat. Then it opened itself. Its pages flipped rapidly, a storm of white and ink, until it stopped at a new entry, fresh and glistening. He denies her. She fades. Lydia's form began to shimmer, edges unraveling like smoke. Don't fight it, she said, her voice trembling now. If you fight, it writes faster. I grabbed her arm, but my hand passed through, leaving only a faint chill. Lydia. Her fading smile lingered a moment longer. You can't burn it, she whispered. You can only finish it. And then she was gone. The journal closed itself. I stood there, staring at the empty space she'd left behind, the hum of reality vibrating like a dying engine. I wanted to scream, to cry, to smash every word out of existence. But the world had already begun to glitch again. The walls no longer aligned perfectly. The clock ticked backward every few seconds. And when I looked in the mirror by the door, the reflection wasn't me anymore. It was Lydia, smiling faintly, holding the journal.
I stumbled back. The mirror surface rippled like water. And then, softly, almost kindly, Lydia's voice spoke from within. You'll understand soon. Every writer becomes the story, eventually. The journal trembled once more and flipped open on its own. The final line on the page glowed faintly, written in both our handwriting. Chapter 2 ends here. The merging begins.
I don't remember falling asleep, only waking. The light was wrong. Too white, too steady. It wasn't the golden hue of dawn, but something sterile and artificial, like the kind you find in hospital rooms or interrogation chambers. The journal was still on the table, closed now, though I distinctly remembered it being open before I blacked out. And across its surface, faint scratches had appeared. Not written ink, but carved lines. I leaned closer. The etching spelled one word: continue. My reflection in the nearby mirror moved slightly later than I did. A lag, a half-second delay. I froze. The figure inside the mirror blinked out of rhythm. 2. I whispered, Lydia? The reflection smiled. Not my smile, hers. I backed away, but my mirrored self didn't follow. It stood perfectly still, eyes wide and knowing. Then, without sound, it reached out, pressing its palm against the other side of the glass. Black ink began to seep through the cracks, spidering outward like veins. It spread down the wall, across the floor, up the legs of the table, and into the journal. The book opened. Pages fluttered violently, catching the air like wings. Words wrote themselves in fast, frantic bursts, lines scrawling across the paper as if by invisible hands. I couldn't help but read aloud. He wakes in a world that remembers more than he does. The moment I spoke, the apartment shifted. Furniture rearranged. The air thickened. The sound of wind became muffled, distant, like it came from another world entirely. And then I saw it, my own handwriting appearing on the page, without me touching a pen. He tries to run. No, I whispered, stepping back. My feet moved anyway. The sound of my own footsteps filled the air. I was no longer in control, my body acting out words as they appeared. He opens the door. My hand reached for the knob, trembling, the faint smell of coffee and rain. I whispered, "This isn't possible." But the journal disagreed. He crosses the threshold. My legs obeyed again. Inside, the air pulsed with memory. Every object felt alive, vibrating faintly with the tension of something unsaid. And there, on the coffee table, lay another journal, identical to mine, its pages flipped open by an invisible wind. 2 entries glowed faintly, written in different hands. Lydia's journal. He's reading my words again. I can feel him getting closer. Mine. She's pulling me through. The pages began to blur, ink bleeding from one onto the other, until both entries merged into a single, pulsing sentence. They are one story now. My chest tightened. My pulse stuttered. The room bent at the edges, reality folding like damp paper. The mirror across from the window shimmered, not reflecting me, but us. Two figures overlapping, our faces fusing through waves of static distortion. "Lydia," I shouted, voice cracking. "If you can hear me, let me out." But the reflection tilted its head, her head, and whispered, perfectly calm, "You are out. You're just not alone anymore." The lights flickered. The air hissed. And every mirror in the room, every shiny surface, began showing scenes from both of our lives at once. Her last moments. My first encounter with the book. Our voices blending. Our hands overlapping. Then the journals, both slammed shut with a deafening thud. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It pulsed, alive, as if the room itself were holding its breath. And on the wall behind me, written in dripping black ink, words I hadn't seen before, formed slowly, one letter at a time. The story doesn't end when the writing stops. It ends when the reader forgets who they were. My voice trembled. "What does that mean?" From somewhere behind me, the faint sound of a page turning. Then Lydia's voice, close, whispering in my ear, though no one stood there. "It means you're almost done reading, and almost done being you." The journal thudded once more, as though confirming her words. I stared at it, every muscle screaming not to touch it, but my fingers moved anyway. The cover was warm, the air was heavy, and as I lifted it open, a new sentence appeared at the bottom of the page, in both our handwriting. Chapter 3, The End Writes Back. When I opened my eyes again, the world had lost its edges. Light didn't behave the way it used to. It bent, curled, and trembled like something alive. My apartment, or what looked like my apartment, was still there. But everything had a faint reflection, as if reality itself was covered in glass. The journal sat in the center of the room, closed, silent. Yet I could hear something, a low, steady pulse, like a heartbeat echoing from inside it. I whispered, "Lydia?" The book pulsed again, once, twice. Then, words began to form on the cover, carved by invisible hands. "She's gone. You're what's left." The air grew colder. My breath came out in small white clouds that lingered, refusing to fade. I knelt beside the book. Its pages fluttered open on their own, stopping in the middle, right where Lydia's last entry and mine had fused. But now, there were new lines. They weren't written in ink. They were written in blood. He doesn't realize it yet, but the story has been rewriting itself from the start. Each word he read wasn't describing his life, it was creating it. I felt my stomach twist. I flipped back through earlier pages, desperate, frantic. Each one had changed. The first page no longer said, "I found the journal." It said, "He will find the journal." Then, he will begin to write. And finally,
he will forget who he was before the story began.
I stumbled back, my knees hitting the floor. I didn't write this, I whispered. I didn't. But a voice, my own voice, spoke from the book. Calm, familiar, terrifying. You did. You're writing it right now. The lamp beside me flickered. The journal began to glow faintly, pages turning faster and faster, until the words blurred into a whirl of black and red light. From the corner of the room, the mirror shimmered again. I saw movement, a figure standing behind the reflection. At first, I thought it was Lydia, but it wasn't. It was me. Not as I was now, but as I'd been. Tired, disheveled, human. The reflection looked at me like one might look at an animal behind glass. He mouthed something I couldn't hear. Then I realized he wasn't moving his lips at random. He was reading this. The sound of a pen scratching filled the room, echoing from nowhere and everywhere at once. I looked down at the journal. A new entry was appearing, line by line, as I breathed. He's beginning to understand. He thinks he can still stop it. He's wrong. My heart hammered. Stop it, I yelled, slamming the cover shut. The lights died instantly. The silence that followed was worse than any scream. Then the book whispered back, "You can't close what's already inside you." I felt something wet drip from my nose. Blood. The same shade as the writing. I ran to the door, yanked it open, and found myself staring into my own living room again. Everything was identical, except for one difference. The other me was still sitting at the table, writing. He looked up slowly. Our eyes met. He smiled. "You're late," he said softly. "The next chapter's due." I turned to run, but the floor beneath me rippled like water. Ink seeped up between the boards, crawling over my shoes, my legs, my hands. I screamed as it reached my mouth, muffling my breath, pulling me downward into the paper itself. My vision blurred into white. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. Then I opened my eyes and found myself staring out from inside the page. I was the writing now. Each thought, each movement, captured in looping cursive. The room around me was gone. The world beyond the paper, just faint, ghostly outlines. And through the thin film of the page, I saw someone else's shadow standing above the journal. A stranger. Curious. They picked it up. Their voice echoed through me. Huh, weird. No title. They turned to the first page. The ink beneath their fingers began to shimmer, reshaping itself into new words. Story 5. Do not wear red. The first message came before sunrise. My phone vibrated once. Soft, deliberate, on the nightstand beside me. I didn't look at it right away. I thought it was another junk text, a wrong number, maybe a reminder from an app I'd forgotten to delete. But the vibration came again, then stopped. The silence that followed felt too heavy, for such a small sound. I reached over, half asleep, and flipped the phone toward me. The glow of the screen painted the room in a thin, red light. It wasn't my wallpaper. It wasn't even my usual lock screen. Just a red wash across the display, like someone had filled the pixels with blood. Then a line of text appeared, white against the red. Do not wear red today. That was it. No sender, no emoji, no timestamp. For a long moment, I just stared, waiting for the text to vanish. But it didn't. It pulsed, faintly, like a heartbeat. I blinked hard and sat up. My breath fogged the air slightly. The morning chill crept into my apartment. My alarm hadn't gone off yet. My curtains were still drawn. Everything looked exactly as I'd left it before bed, except for the phone in my hand. I checked the number. Nothing. Unknown sender. I locked the screen and exhaled a shaky laugh. Probably some spam glitch, I told myself. My phone had been buggy lately. Notifications ghosting. Old messages reappearing after deletion. Still, the red light had felt wrong. Too warm. Too alive. I got up, walked barefoot across the hardwood floor, and went straight to the window. My apartment faced the street, second floor of a quiet building in Seattle's Capitol Hill. The morning was still gray and wet, the kind of washed-out dawn that made everything look like it existed underwater. No one was outside, just rain and reflections. When I turned back, the phone lit up again. Same red glow, like it knew I'd looked away. This time, the message changed. They can see you through red. My throat tightened. I stood there, motionless, my reflection faintly visible in the window pane. For a moment, I felt like the message wasn't from a person, like it was the phone itself speaking. Some glitch in the circuitry, whispering through color and light. I powered it off, held the button until the red faded to black. The silence returned, but it wasn't comforting. It was the kind of silence that hummed, like static under your skin. By the time I was dressed and ready for work, I'd half convinced myself it was a dream. The message, the red, all of it. I made coffee, burned my tongue, cursed under my breath, and carried on with routine, because that's what people do when the impossible knocks. They pretend it didn't. I grabbed my black coat from the hook, slung my bag over my shoulder, and hesitated at the door. My hand hovered above the lock. It felt wrong to leave. The phone, still dead, sat on the counter like a severed connection. I almost left it behind. Almost. But some part of me couldn't. So I picked it up, stuffed it into my pocket, and stepped outside. The city was waking up, groggy and rain-streaked. The sidewalks shimmered with puddles that mirrored the world in broken pieces. Storefront lights, street signs, faces I didn't recognize. I kept my head down, hood pulled tight, counting each breath against the rhythm of my steps. Halfway to the bus stop, my phone buzzed again. It was still turned off. I froze, pulled it out. The screen flickered, dim, then bright, and there it was again, that same red hue, blooming across the glass, like a wound, reopening. You're wearing red. I looked down. My scarf, maroon, old, knitted by my sister, clung to my neck. It wasn't red, not exactly, not scarlet, but in the rain light, it was close enough. My pulse spiked. I tore it off, heart thudding in my ears, and shoved it into the nearest trash bin. When I looked back at my phone, the message had disappeared. The screen was blank. At the office, I told myself to forget it. I sat at my desk, opened my laptop, and tried to focus on data reports and unanswered emails. But every time I glanced at the phone, even when it was dark, I could almost see the faint shimmer of red hiding beneath the black. By lunch, I couldn't take it anymore. I powered it on again and checked the messages. The earlier ones were gone. Only one remained, as if it had rewritten itself. Don't let the red see you. My hand went cold. There was something about that phrasing. The red, like it was alive. Like it wasn't a color, but a thing, a watcher. When I looked up from the screen, I caught my reflection in the dark monitor in front of me. For half a second, I thought I saw something move behind me. Just a shape, a blur of crimson light across the office wall. But when I turned around, nothing was there. Only my shadow and the low hum of the fluorescent lights above. That night, as I walked home, I passed by the windows of the building across the street. The glass glowed faintly red, as if catching the sunset. But the sky was already dark. And in one of those windows, third floor, corner apartment, someone was standing still, holding up a phone that glowed the same shade as mine. Watching, or waiting. A night pressed close around my apartment, heavy and humid. I left every light on, desk lamp, kitchen bulbs, even the flickering one in the hallway that buzzed like a dying insect. It didn't help. The brightness only carved deeper shadows between the furniture, hollowing the corners until they looked occupied. I hadn't received another text since I threw away the scarf, but the silence felt wrong, too precise, like something waiting for me to drop my guard. I told myself I wouldn't check the phone again. Then, around midnight, the power flickered. The lamps dimmed to orange, then black. The hum of the refrigerator stuttered and died. The air went still. And from the counter, where I'd left it face down, my phone lit up on its own. Red. The glow spread across the countertop, sliding over the linoleum like spilled light. It bled up the cabinets, pooling in the walls' chipped paint until the entire kitchen pulsed faintly. A heartbeat in color. I stepped back, the hair rising on my arms. The phone buzzed once, then again. I didn't want to pick it up, but I did. Message received. Then, look closer. The red remembers. The words shimmered and twisted as I read them, as if the pixels couldn't stay still. Then, beneath the message, the background image began to change. It wasn't my wallpaper anymore. It was my kitchen. Right now, but viewed from above, from somewhere near the ceiling.
I could see myself standing there, phone in hand, head tilted up, staring directly at the camera that shouldn't exist. My pulse turned to static. I dropped the phone. It hit the floor hard, bounced, the light dimming to a faint ember. I backed away until my shoulders met the wall. There was no way, no security camera, no reflection.
Nothing that could show me from that angle, unless someone else was here. I ran through the rooms, yanking open closet doors, throwing open the shower curtain, checking under the bed. Nothing. Only my own ragged breathing and the echo of footsteps that belonged to me. When I returned to the kitchen, the red glow had faded. The phone lay dark again. Screen cracked. I didn't touch it. Instead, I opened the window for air. The rain had stopped, but the city glistened below, neon lights blurring across the wet pavement. And in one of those reflections, down in a puddle directly beneath my building, I thought I saw myself, standing outside in the street. Same black coat, same posture, same tilt of the head. But when I leaned closer to look, the reflection moved before I did. Its head lifted first, and the eyes, my eyes, glowed faint red. I jerked back from the window, heart hammering against my ribs. My hands shook so badly, I nearly dropped the frame shut. When I blinked again, the puddle was empty. Just the faint glow of a traffic light blinking crimson in the distance. I closed the blinds, locked the window, and whispered to no one. It's just light. It's just a trick of the light. But the room didn't believe me. I tried to sleep on the couch, away from the phone, away from the window. At 3:12 a.m., the phone buzzed again. No ringtone, no vibration hum, just a deep, guttural sound, like a distant hum pressed through walls of water. I reached for it, barely breathing. The message appeared instantly. You looked away. Then, seconds later, the red doesn't forget. The wallpaper flickered again, and this time I saw a different image. My bedroom door, closed, taken from the hallway. The timestamp on the corner. Now, a faint scratching started from the other side of that same door. My throat locked. I pressed the phone tight against my chest and stared at the door. The scratching grew louder, slow, deliberate, like fingernails dragging down paint. I forced my voice to work. Who's there? No answer. The sound stopped. Then, very quietly, the door handle turned. It clicked once, but didn't open. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. My phone buzzed again. Don't look directly at it. You'll let it in. I stood frozen, every muscle trembling. The handle twitched again, just slightly, like a breath. Then, suddenly, all the lights in the apartment flared white, blinding. I shielded my eyes, stumbled backward, hit the couch. When I looked again, the door was still closed. Everything was quiet. The phone buzzed one final time. You're safe for now, but Red will remember your fear. The screen went black, and for a few long seconds, I could still see the faint reflection of my own face staring back at me. But but the eyes weren't mine anymore. By morning, the world felt tilted. Nothing was wrong in the tangible sense. The curtains hung where I left them. The doors were locked. The air smelled of burnt coffee and dust. But something had shifted beneath the skin of reality. The phone lay on the kitchen counter, face down. I hadn't touched it since the night before, but it buzzed once as I poured water into the kettle. I froze, waiting for it to stop. It didn't. The vibration came in short, deliberate pulses, like a heartbeat. I reached for it with 2 fingers, flipped it over, and my stomach dropped. The lock screen had changed again. It wasn't my wallpaper anymore. It was a photo of me sleeping. I could see the folds of my blanket, the angle of my pillow, the faint scar on my wrist. Details so precise that it couldn't have been taken from outside. It was from inside the room, from above my bed. I hadn't slept in my bed last night. The timestamp read 3:12 a.m., the same moment the scratching at the door had stopped. I backed away slowly, every nerve on fire. My first thought was to delete the photo, but something in me hesitated. My thumb hovered over the screen, and then I saw it. Tiny, faint text at the bottom corner of the image, barely visible against the shadows. A sentence burned in red font. "You dreamed in color last night." I slammed the phone down. The kettle shrieked on the stove, its whistle twisting through the silence, until it sounded like a scream. I turned it off, gasping for air, clutching the counter for balance. That was when I noticed something else. The framed photographs on the wall. Family, friends, vacations had changed. Not completely, but subtly. Like something was rewriting the details beneath the surface. My mother's dress, in the photo from my graduation, now a deep crimson instead of navy. My father's tie, scarlet. Even the sunset behind us looked more like a smear of blood than light. I pulled one frame down, my hands trembling. The red wasn't printed on the surface. It was inside the image, as though the ink itself had bled through the paper overnight. One photo in particular caught my eye. Me and my friend Sarah at the lake last summer. We'd been laughing, barefoot, covered in sand. But now the lake wasn't blue. It was red, and our smiles looked wrong. Wider, fixed, like someone had stretched them. And behind us, in the reflection of the water, someone was standing, a dark outline, watching. I stumbled back, dropping the frame. It shattered across the tiles. Something inside me screamed to run, to grab my keys, my wallet, anything, and get out. But then the phone buzzed again. A new message. This one without an unknown number. No sender. No timestamp. Just text. "You're remembering wrong." My breath caught in my throat. Another line appeared beneath it. "Let me show you how it really happened." The kitchen lights flickered. The photo shards on the floor began to glow faintly, each reflecting that same red hue. Then, something impossible. The phone screen began to play a video. I hadn't touched it. It opened itself to the gallery. The video showed the same lake photo, but the image moved. Sarah was laughing. I was turning toward her. And then, the figure behind us walked closer. I dropped the phone, heart pounding so hard I could hear blood in my ears. I kicked it under the cabinet, like it was venomous. The video kept playing, muffled through the wood. I could hear our laughter fade, replaced by whispers. Then, a voice, low, distorted, familiar. "You wore red that day, too." I didn't remember wearing red, but when I looked down at my hands, I saw faint smudges, tiny streaks of crimson dust across my fingers. I rubbed at them furiously. They didn't come off. Panic blurred my thoughts. I stumbled into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and scrubbed with soap until my skin burned. The red faded slightly, but then I caught my reflection in the mirror. The person looking back wasn't quite me. Her eyes were red-rimmed, pupils too wide. Her mouth curved upward, like she was trying to suppress a laugh. And she mouthed something I didn't say. The words formed clearly in the fogging glass. Red remembers. I backed away until I hit the wall. My heart raced, breath ragged, the sink still running behind me. The mirror rippled, just once, like disturbed water, and when it stilled, I was alone again. That night, I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, flashes of red bled through the darkness. Sarah's smile, the figure at the lake, the message, "You dreamed in color last night." I sat by the window, watching the city's lights smear across the glass. The silence between passing cars felt too deep, too intentional. Then the phone vibrated one last time. The message appeared, soft and final. "You're almost ready to remember everything. When the red comes, open the door." I stared at the glowing words until the screen dimmed to black. Somewhere in the apartment, someone breathed. The next morning arrived in fragments. I didn't wake so much as surface, like dragging myself up from a dark, heavy ocean. My head throbbed. My eyes ached. I couldn't remember if I'd actually slept or just lost consciousness from exhaustion. The apartment was quiet again. Too quiet. I stood, stretching my neck, and caught a faint metallic scent in the air. Iron, warm, almost sweet. I froze. My gaze darted toward the kitchen, where sunlight was filtering through the blinds, cutting across the floor in long, pale lines. And there, between the rays, were footprints. Faint, red, wet-looking, as though someone had walked barefoot through paint. They led from the front door, straight into my living room, curving around the coffee table, before vanishing near the couch. I didn't move at first. I couldn't. The door was still locked. The chain still hooked. No broken glass. No open window. I whispered, "Hello?" The sound barely left my lips before something behind me answered. A whisper so faint, it could have been the echo of my own voice. "You left the door open when you slept." I turned so fast, the world spun, But there was nothing, just the stillness of air and that awful metallic smell clinging to everything. My phone sat on the counter, face down. I stared at it, terrified of what I might see if I turned it over. Then it vibrated, once, then again. 3 times, rhythmic. I picked it up. No new messages, no calls, but the lock screen wallpaper had changed again. Not a photo this time, a drawing. Crude, childlike lines in red. Me standing by my window, with long streaks dripping from my hands. Beneath it, a single phrase in rough handwriting. Red is how memory bleeds. Something inside me cracked. I stumbled to the bathroom, half expecting to find my reflection waiting, with that same strange smile. But the mirror was blank, only steam from the shower fogging the edges. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone else was in the room with me. Just behind, just outside sight. I turned on the tap, splashed my face with water, trying to anchor myself in something real. When I looked up again, I saw it. The condensation on the mirror wasn't random this time. Words were scrawled into the fog, written from inside the mirror. It's not them you should fear. It's you. I stumbled backward, knocking over a cup. The crash echoed down the hall, loud, violent, final. The bathroom light flickered. Once, twice, then went out completely. Darkness swallowed me whole. I reached for the door, hands shaking, but the handle felt slick, sticky. I yanked it open, and light flooded back in, faint daylight from the kitchen. But my hands, my palms were smeared with red. I stared at them, horrified. The texture wasn't quite blood, too dry, too flaky, but it clung to the skin like old paint. And underneath it, faintly visible, my own handwriting. Tiny words etched into my flesh like a bruise. I opened the door. I stumbled back into the living room, heart racing. The air felt heavier now, thick with something unseen pressing close. Every photo on the wall was different again. Not red this time, but empty. The people were gone. The backgrounds faded. Only faint outlines remained, like someone had erased everyone except me. Even Sarah's picture at the lake. Just me, standing alone by the red water. And behind me, in the reflection, the figure was closer now. I dropped to my knees, shaking. I didn't open it, I whispered. I didn't. My phone buzzed. New message. You already did. The screen flickered, and suddenly the text was replaced by an image. My front door, wide open, taken from inside the apartment. A wind swept through the room. The blinds rattled. The lights flickered again. And for a split second, the air shimmered like heat distortion. And then I saw it. A smear of red spreading slowly across the floor near the doorframe. It wasn't liquid. It was color, pure pigment, crawling across the wood like ink bleeding through paper. It moved with purpose, tendrils reaching toward the footprints. When the two touched, The entire floor pulsed once, like a heartbeat. I stumbled backward, covering my mouth. My phone slipped from my hand, clattering onto the floor. The screen stayed lit, and new text began appearing across it by itself. "Welcome back. You remember now." I whispered, "Remember what?" But the phone didn't answer. Instead, the red on the floor began to rise, slowly, impossibly, spilling upward like smoke, forming the faint shape of a figure. It had my height, my hair, my outline. And when it finally looked at me, its face wasn't blank. It was mine. For a moment, I thought my heart had stopped. The figure stood across the room, perfectly still. A red-tinted echo of me. My same build, my same posture. But its eyes, they weren't mine. They were flat, almost painted on, glinting faintly in the shifting light. It didn't move. Neither did I. The silence between us was unbearable, thick like the air before a scream. Then, without warning, the figure tilted its head, slow, deliberate, as if studying me the way a mirror might study the person standing before it. And when it finally spoke, the voice was my own. "You left me in the dark too long." I stumbled backward, hitting the edge of the couch. What are you?" I gasped. The reflection's smile stretched wider, almost curious. "I'm what you forgot." I blinked hard, my brain refusing to process the words. I wanted to run, but my body wouldn't obey. I could feel my pulse pounding behind my eyes, like the world itself was pressing inward. The lights flickered again, and for a brief second, the red figure split, two overlapping silhouettes, before merging back together. Clearer this time, sharper, more real. It stepped closer, and as it did, the floor changed beneath its feet. Wherever it walked, color followed, red seeping outward like spilled ink. And the things it passed began to change too. My photos on the wall, the empty ones, started filling in again, but not with the right faces, not with my family, not my friends. Me. Every single photo now showed me standing where someone else should have been, smiling in their place, living their lives. My voice cracked. "Stop it. Just stop." But the figure kept walking. It raised its hand, fingers twitching, like it was trying to remember how to move them. I realized, with sudden terror, that it was mimicking me. Every time I breathed, it breathed. Every time I trembled, it trembled. Every small motion I made, it copied. Perfectly. Like a broken reflection catching up to real time. Then it whispered, "You shouldn't have written me out." My stomach twisted. "What? You wrote me away." The voice trembled now, a tone between grief and rage. "You put me in the pages and left me there to fade." The words hit me like ice water. I glanced toward the desk, the one where I kept my journals, old and new. The leather-bound book sat open, the ink on its last page still fresh, still wet. I took a hesitant step closer, drawn to it despite every instinct screaming, "Run!" The words were changing right before my eyes. The last line I'd written the night before had read, "I wish I could forget what I saw." Now, the ink rippled and shifted until the line became, "I wish I could remember who I am." I swallowed hard, voice shaking. "What's happening?" The reflection laughed softly. My laugh, warped and hollow. "You gave me a name the night you wrote your first fear. Now I'm giving it back." It raised its hand again, and I felt my throat tighten. A faint warmth spread across my palm. The same hand that had once held the pen. When I looked down, I saw faint red letters bleeding through my skin. "Entry 1 begins here." I gasped, stumbling back. The figure smiled, watching me unravel. "It's a fair exchange," it said. "You wrote my life. I'll write yours." The air seemed to pulse. The walls trembled as faint whispers began to rise. Countless voices, layered, murmuring sentences that didn't make sense. Words without order, fragments of thought, of memory. I turned toward the sound, and my breath caught. The apartment was changing. The furniture flickered between forms, becoming unfamiliar. The couch shifting into a different color, the layout rearranging. Even the smell was different. Faint traces of perfume that wasn't mine. It was as though I'd stepped into someone else's home. I spun toward the reflection, desperate. "Stop this. What do you want from me?" The figure's red outline rippled, its smile fading. For the first time, its expression wasn't monstrous. It looked sad. "You don't understand," it whispered. "There's no you and me. There's just the story, and the story remembers everything." The journal on the desk flipped open again, pages turning furiously on their own. Ink began spilling from the margins, forming new lines, one after another, until the words crawled off the page and onto the floor. Swirling like tendrils of smoke, they reached my feet, curling around my ankles, binding me where I stood. And then the final words appeared on the open page. Entry 2, the merging. The reflection extended its hand. Its palm glowed faint red. "Come back where you belong." The air pulsed again, and every light in the apartment went out. For a heartbeat, I couldn't tell if my eyes were open or closed. The blackness was absolute, the kind that feels alive, that presses close like it wants to listen to your heartbeat. Then, faintly, a sound. Paper, turning, one page at a time. The soft, deliberate rhythm came from the desk where the journal lay. Each turn echoed like a pulse, and with every page that flicked, my chest tightened, my thoughts blurred. I tried to move, to step back, to find the wall, but the floor seemed to shift beneath me, folding in and out of focus, like a scene being rewritten, faster than I could understand. When I finally spoke, my voice barely sounded like my own. "Stop. Please, stop." The figure answered from the dark. "It's not me." A faint light began to bloom from the journal, red and soft, like the glow from behind closed eyelids. The reflection stood there, again, no longer at a distance, but right in front of me. The space between us evaporated. We breathed the same rhythm. Our movements matched like a practiced dance. I whispered, "You're not real." It smiled sadly. "Neither are you. Not yet." The glow pulsed once, then flared brighter. The pages turned faster, the air thick with the scent of ink and ozone. Words began to rise off the paper like embers, suspended midair. Sentences I'd written years ago. All the things I'd tried to forget. The breakup, the funeral, the nights spent begging for sleep. All my memories, stripped bare. They hung between us, shimmering before slowly burning away into red smoke that curled toward the reflection's chest. It inhaled deeply, as though feeding on them. "You're taking them," I said, breathless. "No," it murmured. "I'm giving them back." The journal snapped shut with a sound like thunder. The reflection's hand shot forward, pressing against my chest. Warm, heavy, terrifyingly real. And then the warmth spread. My vision flickered. Images, faces, places, emotions flooded through me like a dam breaking. But they weren't mine. A woman crying under a flickering streetlight. A child drawing circles in red chalk on concrete. A man burning pages in a sink. The lives of others, people I didn't know, people I shouldn't know, tearing through me like film reels spliced together wrong. I screamed, but the sound bent and folded in the air, replaying back at me in distorted echoes. "You see?" the reflection whispered, voice overlapping mine. "Every story needs a vessel. You wrote me to hold the pain you couldn't bear, but now the story wants more." The light from the journal flared again, bright, blinding, and when it faded, we were both reflected in the same mirror across the room. For the first time, I saw it clearly. It wasn't just wearing my face, it was my face. Every detail perfect, every freckle, every scar, except one thing. Its eyes were red, not glowing, not monstrous, just red, like the ink I'd used to write my journals for years. I stepped closer. The mirror fogged slightly from my breath. "Why me?" I whispered. "Because you believed in me," it answered. "You wrote me as the part of you that remembers what you forget. The part that doesn't sleep, doesn't stop watching." I felt the weight of that truth, like a blade. Every time I'd written to let things go, it had been keeping them. It wasn't haunting me. It was me, the unedited version, the unforgotten. The reflection reached out again, palm against the mirror's surface. "It's time to finish it." The glass rippled like water. My heart pounded. I backed away, but the reflection moved forward, its hand pushing through the surface as if the mirror were liquid. When its fingers touched my arm, the chill burned. My skin shimmered red for a moment, like the ink bleeding under it, tracing words I couldn't quite read. I screamed again. tried to pull away, but something stronger pulled back. Then, suddenly, stillness. Everything froze. The light, the air, the sound. And I was staring at my own reflection again. But this time, the world felt quieter. Too quiet. The journal lay open on the floor beside me. The pages blank, again, except for one new line, written in that same red ink. Entry complete. I exhaled shakily and stepped closer to the mirror. Just my reflection. No red eyes. No shadow twin. The apartment looked normal, as if none of it had happened. But when I turned to walk away, something caught my eye. The reflection didn't move. It stayed exactly where it was, staring back at me, smiling faintly. And when it finally moved, it lifted a pen to the glass, writing slowly in mirrored letters that I could read from my side. Chapter 3 begins tonight. I didn't leave the apartment that day. Didn't move much at all. The mirror stood silent across from me. And though I told myself it was just glass, just reflection and light, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was waiting. Waiting for me to do something, to write something. The journal lay open on the floor between us, its pages bare. The air felt heavy, thick with that same metallic smell, ink and dust and something older. I didn't remember falling asleep, but when I opened my eyes, it was dark outside. My phone had died. The lights in the kitchen flickered once, then steadied, humming faintly like electricity under strain. Then that sound again. Scratch, scratch, scratch. My head snapped up. Across the room, the journal's pen moved on its own, dragging across the page in slow, deliberate strokes. I froze, watching it form letters one by one. Shaky at first, then more confident. You shouldn't have looked away. My stomach turned. I stood, voice shaking as I whispered, "Who's doing this?" The pen stilled. Then, beneath the line, another sentence appeared. "You are." My pulse hammered in my ears. I picked up the journal, flipping back pages. Blank. All blank, but faintly, beneath the surface of the paper, I could see impressions, the outlines of older words pressing through. When I tilted the page toward the light, the ghost writing became visible. Entries. Dozens of them, all written in my handwriting. He's starting to see me. He doesn't know I'm awake when he sleeps. He'll let me in soon. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the book. This wasn't possible. These weren't mine. I would have remembered writing this. I had to remember. Then I saw the latest entry forming, the pen gliding again, smooth and rhythmic. He's standing now. He's reading this. He's terrified. I slammed the book shut. The pen clattered to the floor, but the sound didn't stop. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was coming from behind me. Slowly, so slowly I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. I turned toward the mirror, and there it was. The reflection, sitting in the same chair I'd been sitting in, holding the same journal, except it wasn't mimicking me anymore. It was watching me. When I took a step back, it smiled faintly and raised its hand, the pen between its fingers glinting under the lamp's light, and it started to write. Not on paper, on the inside of the glass. The words appeared in reverse, written in that same crimson red. Don't fight it. Your only words now. I shook my head, whispering, No. No, this isn't real. But the reflection, my reflection, only kept writing. He denies it. He's afraid. He doesn't realize that stories don't end. The ink bled down the glass like veins, branching, pulsing faintly. I grabbed the journal and tore at its pages, ripping them one by one, shouting, Stop. But the mirror only reflected my chaos back at me, slower, like playback in reverse. And then, silence. The lights flickered, once, twice, then went out, completely. In the dark, the sound of the pen scratching returned, closer this time, almost beside my ear. I turned, but there was nothing. Only the smell of ink, thick and metallic. I could feel something warm on my hand. I held it to the faint moonlight seeping through the blinds. Ink. Red ink. Words were appearing across my skin, spreading from my wrist to my palm. He's the story now. I dropped the book, stumbled backward until I hit the wall. My breathing was loud, ragged. I watched as the mirror's surface began to ripple again, not breaking, not shattering, just opening. Like a door, my reflection stood inside it, smiling gently, the pen still in hand. Please, I whispered, stop writing. It tilted its head. I can't. Stories finish themselves. It pressed a hand against the glass, and this time, the glass didn't resist. The surface gave way like water, and a cold rush of air swept over me. I tried to run, but the ink on my arm pulsed once, twice, and my body froze. Every nerve locked, every thought slowed. And then I felt pulled. The world inverted, turned inside out, and suddenly I was staring through the other side of the mirror. Everything was reversed. My apartment, my desk, the book. And in my place, standing outside the glass, was him, my reflection. The one who'd been watching. He smiled, lifted the pen one last time, and wrote a single line across the mirror's surface. Entry complete. Then he turned out the lights. I tried to scream, but no sound came. Only the muffled echo of glass between worlds. Now I sit here, trapped behind the reflection, watching as he moves through my life. Perfectly, flawlessly. He feeds my cat. He answers my messages. He wears my clothes. He looks out through my eyes, and on the other side of the glass, the journal sits open again, waiting for its next writer, because every story needs a vessel, and every reflection eventually writes back. Story 6. The Third Floor Hourglass. The library was never supposed to feel alive. But that morning, something in the air shifted. It was the kind of quiet that listened back. I came earlier than usual, the campus still half asleep. a thin mist curling over the pavement. My backpack was heavy with books and bad coffee, the kind that promised clarity but only delivered trembling hands. When I pushed open the glass doors, the scent of paper and varnished wood wrapped around me. The hum of the old fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, uneven, nervous. The building had been standing since the 1920s, long before anyone cared about comfort or warmth. Even in daylight, it always carried the chill of something preserved, not just books, but time itself. I walked past the front desk, nodded to the librarian, Mrs. Corbett, and found my usual spot near the second-floor window. A seat gave me a good view of the quad and the bronze clock tower outside. I'd been here every morning for weeks, working on my thesis, Temporal Anomalies in Folklore and Perception. Irony has a twisted sense of humor. An hour passed in silence before the first thing went wrong. Someone sat across from me. I hadn't heard the chair move. No footsteps, no shift of air, just there he was. An older man, late 50s, maybe early 60s, a brown overcoat, the cuffs worn thin, thick round glasses that caught the light like mirrors, hiding his eyes. His hands rested on the table, motionless, pale, almost deliberate. "Good morning," I offered, trying to sound casual. He leaned forward slightly. His voice came low but clear. "You're not supposed to be here today." The words didn't hit me all at once. I blinked, half expecting him to laugh, maybe smile. But he didn't. "Excuse me," I said, glancing toward the empty aisles. We were alone. They finished what they understood, not what was buried. Then, softer. "Please, just leave before noon." Something about his phrasing clawed at me. Buried. It didn't sound like construction. Before I could respond, he stood abruptly, chair legs scraping against the marble. He leaned across the table, close enough that I caught the faint scent of rain and dust clinging to his coat. "Don't go to the third floor," he whispered, "no matter what you hear." Then he turned and walked away, fast, almost desperate, disappearing down the stairwell that led to the basement archives. I sat frozen, his words echoing inside my skull. "You're not supposed to be here today." For a few minutes, I just stared at my laptop screen, watching the cursor blink. The idea of leaving crossed my mind. But curiosity, that subtle, reckless voice that ruins lives, whispered louder. By 11:30, I'd convinced myself the encounter was nothing. Maybe he was confused. Maybe it was a prank. But when the old wall clock near the entrance chimed 12, a sound unlike any I'd heard before rolled through the building. Not mechanical, not digital. A deep, hollow resonance, like sand shifting inside glass. Every fluorescent bulb flickered once, then steadied. No one else seemed to notice. I packed my things slowly, glancing up toward the staircase that led to the third floor. The closed for restoration sign was gone. The air at the base of the steps felt different, colder, thinner. I hesitated, hand on the rail, pulse thrumming like a warning.
That's when Mrs. Corbett called from the desk.
"Knowing upstairs?" she asked, smiling faintly. "We just reopened it this morning. You'll love the new lighting." Her words landed like a verdict. The man had said don't go, but now the invitation was open, and in some small, disobedient part of me, I wanted to know why. I placed my hand on the rail. The metal felt warm, as if someone had just been holding it. Then I started climbing. Each step creaked beneath me, slow, deliberate. Halfway up, the sound of the library below faded, replaced by something else. A soft, rhythmic whisper, like grains of sand slipping through glass. I didn't stop. At the top, the air grew dense. The lights hummed overhead, too bright for a moment, then dimmed into a sickly yellow glow. The third floor stretched out before me. Long aisles, endless rows of untouched shelves, and in the far corner, a door I didn't remember ever seeing before. It wasn't wood like the others. It was glass, frosted, etched with the faint outline of an hourglass. And just beyond it, something shimmered, faint, golden, moving. The glass door wasn't locked. It should have been. Every restricted archive in the library was sealed, coded, and alarmed. But when I reached for the handle, it moved under my fingers as if it had been waiting. A pulse of warm air slipped out from the other side, dry and ancient, like dust from pages untouched for a century. The smell was faintly metallic, tinged with something like scorched paper. I hesitated, only for a moment, before pushing the door open. The room beyond was circular, a hollow dome lined with tall shelves, filled with manuscripts, boxes, and relics that didn't belong in any academic archive I knew. The air shimmered faintly, a golden haze hanging just above the floor, catching in the light like floating sand. At the center stood a pedestal of dark stone, and on it, an hourglass, massive, taller than my arm. Its glass body faintly luminous, the sand inside neither falling nor still. It hovered mid-motion, suspended, the grains swirling endlessly between the upper and lower bulbs, like they couldn't decide which direction to move. I took a cautious step closer. Every movement in that room seemed amplified. The soft scrape of my shoe, the whisper of my breath, the thump of my heart. The hourglass vibrated faintly, a hum I could feel in my bones. And beneath it, carved into the stone, were words in a language I didn't recognize. Looping, fluid symbols that almost looked like moving script. When I leaned closer, they shifted slightly, like ripples in water. "You shouldn't be here." The man's warning echoed in my head. But curiosity was a cruel thing. I reached out and touched the glass. It was warm. Instantly, my vision blurred. The world tilted sideways, colors folding in on themselves. My pulse hammered, breath caught halfway between inhale and scream. And then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. The library around me was different. The lights were gone, replaced by sunlight streaming through tall, arched windows that hadn't existed a second ago. The air smelled of wood polish and coal smoke. Somewhere, faint music drifted, a string quartet, distant but real. I stumbled backward, dizzy. The shelves were filled now, not with dust-covered relics, but brand new volumes, their spines gleaming, names embossed in gold leaf. Students in old-fashioned clothing passed through the aisles, laughing softly, carrying stacks of leather-bound books. No one looked at me. No one even seemed to see me. "Excuse me," I called out, voice shaking. No response. I tried again, louder. Nothing. It was like I didn't exist. I turned back toward the center of the room. The hourglass was still there, glowing brighter now, its sand cascading normally again. But as I stared at it, I noticed something impossible. The reflection in the glass wasn't mine. It was the man in the brown coat. He stood exactly where I had been moments before, eyes wide, mouth moving silently, as if shouting for me to stop. And then he reached toward the hourglass, his reflection hand breaking through the barrier between glass and air. I jerked back, and suddenly the world snapped again. The light, the air, the sounds, all collapsing in on themselves. I was back in the dim archive room, alone. The hourglass was still, the sand frozen mid-fall once more. For a long moment, I just stood there, breath ragged, my reflection staring back faintly in the glass curve. My hands trembled as I touched my face, needing to feel something solid, something real. Then I noticed it, faint and impossible. My reflection wasn't matching my movement anymore. When I blinked, it didn't. When I lifted my hand, it hesitated and smiled. A cold rush of terror sliced through me. I stumbled backward, slamming into one of the shelves, knocking over a stack of books that hit the floor with dull thuds. The hourglass pulsed once, a deep, low vibration that made the entire room quiver. The glass door behind me clicked softly, and it closed on its own. I lunged for it, but the handle wouldn't budge, locked from the outside. "Hello?" I shouted, pounding on the glass. "Is anyone out there?" Nothing. The golden haze thickened, curling around my ankles like smoke, and from within the hourglass, faint whispers began to rise, indistinct at first, then clearer. My name, over and over again, my full name, spoken by voices that shouldn't have known it. I pressed my palms to my ears, stumbling backward until my shoulder hit the cold wall. The sound filled the space, gentle, rhythmic, like a lullaby sung by something that didn't understand comfort. When I looked again, the sand inside the hourglass was moving upward now, flowing against gravity, faster, brighter, almost furious. Then, just as suddenly, the whispers stopped. The glass door swung open, and standing there, framed by the pale library light, was Mrs. Corbett. She didn't look surprised to see me. Instead, she sighed softly, eyes lowering toward the glowing hourglass. "I told them not to reopen this floor," she murmured. I could barely speak. What is this thing?" Mrs. Corbett stepped inside, her expression unreadable. "It's not a thing,"
she said quietly. It's a record. A record of what? Her eyes flicked to mine. Of time that doesn't belong. Mrs. Corbett's words hung in the air, low and deliberate. A record of time that doesn't belong. I stared at her, my throat tight, still trying to process what I'd seen. The hourglass, the glowing sand, the whisper of my own name. Nothing about this was possible, and yet, here it was. What do you mean? I asked. How can time not belong? She stepped closer to the pedestal. The golden haze curled around her feet, but she didn't seem to notice. Her expression was calm, almost reverent, as she brushed the dust from the base of the hourglass with her fingertips. Every library, she said softly, holds more than books. Some hold remnants. She looked up at me. Moments that should have been forgotten. Choices that never happened. People who were never meant to exist. Her hand hovered over the glass. The hourglass doesn't measure time, she continued. It collects it. I took a shaky step forward. Collects it? How? Her eyes flicked to mine, and for the first time, I saw something in them. Not fear, not madness, but regret. When time collapses, she said, when history rewrites itself, there's always residue. It needs somewhere to go. And this, she nodded toward the swirling sand, is where it goes. Every lost moment, every erased possibility, it ends up here. I felt the air grow colder. So when I touched it, Mrs. Corbett nodded slowly. You fell through a discarded version of today. A moment that shouldn't exist anymore. You walked inside a memory that reality erased. The weight of her words hit like ice. My knees went weak, and I gripped the edge of a nearby shelf for balance. I saw people, I whispered. A whole library, different clothes, sunlight through windows that aren't even here. Because it was here, she interrupted gently. Once, in 1923, the same space, the same hour, until that timeline collapsed. Her voice trembled on the last word, like it carried a personal cost. I swallowed hard. Then what was that man talking about? The one who told me not to come here? Mrs. Corbett's eyes darkened. Someone who's been trying to keep the fractures from opening again. Fractures? I echoed. She hesitated, then turned toward one of the shelves behind the hourglass and pulled out an old, leather-bound volume. The spine had no title. She laid it gently on the pedestal beside the glass. This is the catalog of anomalies, she said. Every time the hourglass opens, it leaves traces, distortions. The librarians before me recorded them. She flipped the book open. Inside were hundreds of names, handwritten entries in different inks, different handwriting styles, some fading, others bold and fresh. Each name was followed by a date and a single word. Most said one thing: vanished. My stomach nodded. You mean people disappeared because of this? Mrs. Corbett nodded once. Those who stayed too long. The hourglass doesn't just show alternate timelines. It absorbs them. And sometimes, it takes the people inside them too. I took an involuntary step back. Then why keep it here at all?
She looked up, her tone suddenly sharp, because destroying it would destroy everything it's holding. Every version of us that never existed, every decision undone, every second reality discarded. You'd tear a hole right through the fabric of what's real. Her words left me cold. I glanced again at the frozen sand. It seemed to pulse faintly in rhythm with my heartbeat. What happens if someone touches it again? I asked. Mrs. Corbett's gaze flicked to the glass. That depends, she said quietly, on whether the hourglass remembers you. Before I could respond, the lights flickered. Once, twice. The hum of the air vents faltered, and the golden haze deepened, thicker now, swirling faster around the pedestal. Mrs. Corbett's face drained of color. No, she whispered. It's too soon. What's happening? I demanded. She grabbed my wrist, pulling me toward the door. The hourglass is reactivating. It's found a resonance, something it recognizes. But I didn't touch it, I said, struggling against her grip. I didn't. You did once, she hissed, her eyes wide. And that's enough. The hum grew louder, like 1,000 clocks ticking out of sync. The sand inside the glass began to flow again, fast and frantic, stilling upward and downward all at once. Light bled from the seams of the hourglass, washing the walls in gold. Run, Mrs. Corbett shouted. I turned toward the door, but before I could move, a sharp sound cracked through the room, like glass fracturing under pressure. A spider web of fissures raced up the surface of the hourglass, glowing white-hot. And then, time froze. Every sound vanished. The dust in the air hung suspended mid-fall. Mrs. Corbett's hand reached toward me, but didn't move. The light froze in mid-flicker. Only the sand moved now, rising slowly, impossibly, forming patterns in the air that looked like letters. I stared as the glowing grains rearranged themselves into words, hovering between us. The record remembers. The record reclaims. The air trembled. The fissures widened. And through the cracks, I saw shapes, shadows, like figures pressed against glass from the other side, trying to break through. One of them lifted its head, and it looked like me. I stumbled backward and started. Breath caught in my throat as the duplicate tilted its head, matching my movements a heartbeat too late. Its eyes were hollow, but its mouth moved soundlessly, forming words I couldn't hear. Then, like a switch, time resumed. The light exploded outward, blinding white, and the next thing I knew, I was lying on the floor outside the sealed archive door. The hourglass room was gone. In its place stood an empty wall. No door, no handle, no trace it had ever existed. Mrs. Corbett was nowhere to be seen. My hands trembled as I pushed myself upright. The air smelled faintly of smoke and old paper. And on the floor beside me lay a single object, a small glass hourglass, no larger than a palm, still faintly glowing. Inside, the sand was swirling, and beneath the glass, engraved faintly into the base, was a line that hadn't been there before. Chapter 2 begins when she looks again. When I woke the next morning, I thought it had all been a nightmare. The library, the whispering sand, the man who warned me not to go up. All of it seemed too absurd to belong to waking life. Yet, as the gray morning light bled across my ceiling, I noticed the object on my nightstand. The hourglass. It sat there as if it had always belonged, its surface faintly reflecting the light. Glass smooth, sand still swirling in slow motion, like it ignored gravity altogether. I stared at it for a long time, waiting for it to stop, waiting for any sign that I wasn't still dreaming. But the sand never settled. When I finally stood, I noticed the faint smell of dust, the same ancient paper scent that had clung to the library's archive. My clothes from yesterday were folded neatly on the chair by the door, but they weren't the ones I remembered wearing. I picked up the shirt. It wasn't mine. It was older. A faded fabric I'd never owned, with a stitched crest across the chest. Halcyon Institute, 1974. My chest tightened. I didn't attend any school with that name. I checked my phone. The date read April 5th. I was sure yesterday had been April 3rd. A whole day gone. I sat down hard on the edge of the bed, running my hands through my hair. My memory of the previous day was blank. No work, no calls, no messages, only flashes. Mrs. Corbett's terrified face, the words, "The record reclaims," and then nothing. I turned back to the hourglass. It was humming now, a low vibration that resonated deep in my chest like a second heartbeat. The sand inside was glowing faintly, not gold anymore, but white, almost silver, like moonlight trapped in motion. And on the nightstand beside it lay something new, a folded note. Same parchment texture as the one I'd seen in the library. The handwriting was unfamiliar, shaky but deliberate. Time remembers the curious. The curious must remember themselves. Below it, 3 initials, MC, Mrs. Corbett. I swallowed, my throat dry, and looked at the clock. 9:13 a.m. If what she said was true, then touching the hourglass had pulled me into something. Not just time distortion, but a fracture in reality itself. Still, I needed to know if the library was real, if any of it had existed. The streets outside were wrong. Not dramatically, not like an apocalypse, but off in subtle ways that crawled under the skin. The bakery across the street had a new sign. Same name, different font. The neighbor's car was the same model, but a different color. And the city buses, their logos read Metropolitan Transit Division, not Metrolink, as they always had. I felt dizzy, my mind grasping for logic, like it was slipping down a slope. Had I lost 2 days? Had the world simply moved on? Or worse, was I in someone else's version of it? By the time I reached the library, my nerves were stretched thin. The front doors stood open, lights glowing, warm and familiar, students coming and going as if nothing had happened. I walked straight to the reception desk. A young man looked up and smiled. "Morning. Can I help you?" "Where's Mrs. Corbett?" I asked. He frowned. "Who?" "The head archivist," I said quickly. "Mrs. Corbett. She's been here for years." He typed something into the computer. Sorry, no one by that name works here. You might be thinking of Mrs. Dalton. She's been the senior archivist since 1982. My stomach dropped. That's impossible. He shrugged apologetically. I've been here 4 years, and it's always been Dalton. I turned away before he could see the panic in my eyes. The hallway leading to the archives looked the same as before. Long, narrow, echoing with the soft hum of air vents. But when I reached the far end, the wall where the sealed door had been was gone. Not replaced. Just gone. In its place stood a different wing altogether. Newer, modern lighting, fresh carpeting, and a sign that read, "Special Collections, Restricted Access." I felt the hourglass in my coat pocket vibrate. Its hum deepened, matching the fluorescent flicker above me. Then the letters on the wall changed. Not blinked, shifted. For a second, they read, "Temporal Archive, Level 3. I froze. A flicker of golden light rippled beneath the surface of the wall, and I realized it wasn't a wall at all. It was a thin shimmer, like glass, just waiting for the right kind of reflection to reveal what was behind it. I stepped closer, and the hum from the hourglass grew louder. My reflection in the glossy surface distorted, bending, stretching, and then, for a fraction of a second, I saw her, Mrs. Corbett, standing in that same circular room, mouth moving silently, her eyes wide, pleading. Then she was gone, and the shimmer snapped shut, leaving only my face staring back, pale and terrified. That night, I couldn't sleep. I placed the hourglass on my kitchen counter, turned off every light, and sat in the dark. It glowed faintly on its own, the silver sand swirling faster when I looked at it, like it knew. Each swirl traced faint patterns on the glass, and when I leaned close enough, I saw the shapes resolve into something terrifyingly familiar. Scenes. My apartment. Me, asleep in bed. The library. The man in the brown coat, standing just outside my door. And one final image, a reflection of my own eyes, wide, glowing with the same silver light as the sand. Then, in the reflection of the hourglass, the words began to appear across my own face, as if written from the inside out. She looked again. Now time will too. The air around me seemed to breathe, once, slowly, and every clock in my apartment began to tick backward. At first, I thought it was a power surge. The lights flickered once, twice, and then the air in my apartment seemed to inhale. The curtains lifted slightly, though the windows were closed. The ticking clocks continued in reverse, the minute hands jerking backward in tiny, mechanical spasms. And in the middle of it all, the hourglass pulsed. Each beat of light rippled outward like a heartbeat made of glass. I couldn't move. My reflection in the dark kitchen window blinked before I did. The sound that followed wasn't just ticking. It was whispering, a murmur, low and rhythmic, somewhere between a voice and the friction of sand grinding against glass. She looked again. Now Time will too. The same words I'd seen glowing across my reflection. I reached for the hourglass with trembling fingers. The glass felt warm, alive. The silver sand inside wasn't falling anymore. It was rising, spiraling upward in slow motion. And as it rose, the room around me began to rearrange itself. My bookshelves shifted. The chair by the window turned from wood to metal. The mug on the counter, the one I'd bought last month, now bore a faded logo. Halcyon Institute, 1974. I stumbled back, knocking into the wall, and the plaster beneath my hand felt wrong. Not smooth, but cracked and dry, as if decades of age had passed in seconds. The whispering grew louder. The shadows deepened until I could almost make out shapes in them. Faces, maybe. Too many to count. All pressed against the edges of the dark, watching. And then, from the hallway came a sound that made my stomach turn to ice. The sound of my own footsteps, walking toward me. Slow, measured. Identical rhythm. I turned, heart pounding. A silhouette appeared at the far end of the corridor. Tall, familiar, moving with my exact pace. It stopped when I did. Then it tilted its head, slowly, like it was studying me. I whispered, "Who are you?" The voice that answered was my own, but not from my mouth. "I'm you, the one who didn't stop looking." The air thickened, pressing against my chest like invisible hands. I backed away until my shoulder brushed the wall. But the wall was breathing, inhaling and exhaling faint puffs of warm air. The other me, the reflection, the echo, whatever it was, stepped closer. And as she entered the kitchen light, I saw her eyes, silver, glowing faintly, like the sand inside the hourglass. "Time isn't linear," she said softly, smiling. My smile, only wrong. It loops. It rewinds. It remembers who tried to rewrite it. I wanted to scream, but the words wouldn't come. She reached toward the counter, her hand hovering over the hourglass. For a second, I thought she meant to touch it, but instead, the glass shattered on its own, bursting outward in a glittering storm of silver sand. The grains hung in the air, suspended, then slowly began to orbit us, two versions of the same woman, in perfect synchronization. I could feel them brushing my skin, weightless, like time itself was tasting me. "You opened it," the other me whispered. "Now it's opening you." I stumbled backward, tripping over the rug, landing hard on the wooden floor. The ceiling above me was different now. Taller, arched, lined with wooden beams. I wasn't in my apartment anymore. I was back in the library. But not the library I knew. This one was older, darker. Books with no titles filled the shelves, spines cracked and worn. Candlelight flickered from sconces on the walls. And at the center of the room stood that same circular space. Only now, the chair wasn't empty. Mrs. Corbett sat there, her back straight, her eyes fixed on me. But her skin looked pale, translucent, like wax that had melted and reformed wrong. She spoke without moving her lips. The fracture fed on you. Every time you looked, it remembered. Every reflection is a door, and you kept knocking. I looked down. The sand was still swirling around my hands, glowing brighter now. My veins shimmered faintly beneath my skin. I felt the pulse of the hourglass inside me, like I had become its vessel. "I don't understand," I whispered. "Why me?" "Because you were curious," she said softly. "And curiosity rewrites." The shadows behind her trembled, shifting like living smoke. I could feel something pulling at me, an invisible gravity trying to drag me back toward that circle of light in the center of the floor. Mrs. Corbett's eyes flickered with sudden fear. "You must close the loop," she said urgently, "before your reflection takes your place." I turned. The other me stood just beyond the candlelight, smiling faintly. Her hands were no longer empty. She held a second hourglass, smaller, darker, and inside, the sand was red. "I already did," she whispered. "You just haven't realized it yet." The world tilted. The shelves collapsed inward. The walls cracked open like paper tearing. And behind it, nothing. An endless black ocean of suspended time, each second frozen mid-fall. Mrs. Corbett screamed something I couldn't hear as the floor vanished beneath us. And I fell again, into light, into shadow, into something that wasn't either. When I opened my eyes, I was back in my apartment. Morning light, coffee on the counter. Everything normal, except for the faint silver dust scattered across the floor. And in the reflection of the window, for just a heartbeat, she was there again, smiling faintly. But when I turned, no one. Only the faint whisper of shifting sand, like a clock that hadn't quite finished running out. The first thing I noticed when I woke up was that my bedroom clock was gone. Not fallen, not broken, just gone. The nail still hung there, a thin shadow line, where the circle of dust should have been. I checked my phone. No time displayed, just a blinking symbol, infinite. Every device in the room was dead. No numbers, no ticking, no seconds, only silence, except for the faint, steady rhythm of something breathing that wasn't me. The whisper came next, faint, delicate, almost affectionate. It came from the mirror. "You look rested." My reflection smiled, a heartbeat before I did. I froze, muscles tight, mind clawing for reason. It was the same face, same eyes, same scar at the edge of my lip. But her expression didn't match mine. It was softer, patient. She lifted her hand. I didn't. The air around me wavered, the way heat bends light. For a brief second, I saw two rooms, mine and hers, layered like double exposure. In hers, the walls were cracked, the paint aged, and the light was dimmer, sepia-tinted, like the past itself. "You're on borrowed hours now," she said quietly. "You felt it, didn't you? The missing time, the way mornings stretch and nights repeat." I wanted to scream,
to deny it, but I couldn't. She was right. There were gaps. Conversations I didn't remember having. Receipts from places I hadn't been. Yesterday, I'd found a mug in my sink I didn't own, half full of cold tea. A book I'd never bought lay open on my table. The Physics of Echoes. And in the margin, a note written in my handwriting. She's learning faster. I backed away from the mirror, my knees weak, voice shaking. What do you want from me? Her smile widened, but it didn't reach her eyes. Balance. You're the hour that shouldn't exist. I'm the one who should have kept living. I shook my head, pulse hammering. That's not real. You're not real. Then why am I still here when you blink? And she was right again. Every time I blinked, her reflection shifted closer, half an inch, then a full step. When I opened my eyes again, she stood at the glass, fingertips pressed against the surface. You stole my time when you touched the hourglass, she whispered. Now, time's taking you back. The lights flickered. Every bulb in the room buzzed, then exploded in a rain of sparks. I ducked, covering my face, glass scattering across the floor like brittle stars. When I looked up, the mirror was glowing faintly, silver fog swirling inside it. The reflection wasn't mimicking me anymore. She was moving freely, walking around in the mirrored room. And that's when I realized the reflection wasn't my apartment anymore. It was hers. The room looked identical, but wrong. The clock on the wall read 03:17, the same time that had appeared on every warning message, every glitch, every photograph I'd seen in the days since the hourglass cracked. The witching minute of my unmaking. I felt something pulling at my chest, like invisible threads, tugging me toward the mirror. The air around me shimmered, gravity shifting. I stumbled forward, catching myself on the frame, and the surface wasn't glass anymore. It was liquid, cold, thick, and humming. My reflection reached out from the other side and placed her hand over mine. The moment our skin met, memories bled away. My first day at the library, gone. The scent of my mother's perfume, gone. Even my own name slipped to the back of my mind, blurred, unreachable. She whispered, "Don't fight it. Time doesn't erase, it exchanges." I tried to pull back, but my arms were heavy, unresponsive. The surface of the mirror rippled, and I saw flashes of her life, her version of it. She walked the same streets, met the same people, but in every scene, I wasn't there. It was as if she'd replaced me completely. And that's when I understood. The fracture hadn't just crossed time. It had copied me. A duplicate, drawn from the moment I'd stepped onto the third floor. The me that was meant to stay trapped behind glass. "No," I gasped, summoning every ounce of strength. I reached for the nearest object, a shard of glass from the broken bulb, and drove it into the mirror's edge. It cracked, spiderwebbing outward. The reflection screamed, her voice merging with mine. A distorted harmony of agony and defiance. The room convulsed. The air shimmered with static, reality glitching around us. Shelves, furniture, walls, all dissolving into streaks of white and gray. She reached out again, desperate, eyes wide with fury. "You can't live two lives.
One of us must stop the clock. Then, everything went white. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on the library floor. The circular reading room, the single chair, the hourglass whole again, resting in my lap. The clock on the wall read 03:17. I stared at the hourglass, the silver sand frozen in place, and when I glanced at my reflection in the polished metal base, something inside me went cold. My eyes, they weren't brown anymore. They were silver. And my reflection didn't move when I did. I stood slowly, the room eerily quiet. The whispers were gone. Time was still. But across the room, etched into the floorboards, was a single sentence carved deep into the wood. Time rewrites its mistakes. I turned the hourglass in my hand, watching the first grain of sand fall again. And as it did, I heard my reflection's voice, faint and satisfied. Welcome back. The next morning, sunlight filtered through my curtains like nothing had happened. Birds outside, traffic humming, the simple, rhythmic sounds of normal life. I sat upright in bed, waiting for the unease to fade. It didn't. My body felt foreign, every movement delayed, like I was thinking half a second before my limbs obeyed. I flexed my fingers, pressed my palms together. My skin was cold, not clammy, not human cold, just still. And when I exhaled onto the window, there was no fog. That's when I knew, whatever left that room last night, it wasn't exactly me. My name is still Olga. At least that's what the ID in my wallet says. My apartment looks the same. The cat I feed every morning still comes scratching at the door. But people don't look at me the same way. At the cafe near campus, the barista paused when I ordered. Her brows knit together, like she couldn't quite place me. "You been away?" she asked, uncertain smile tugging at her lips. I wanted to say no, but the words tangled in my throat. Instead, I nodded slowly. "Yeah," I whispered. "Just got back." The sound of my voice startled me, softer, lower, like it had absorbed someone else's echo. Days passed, and the world began to forget me. Emails stopped coming. My reflection on glass doors lagged, a blink slower than I moved. Even the digital clock on my phone froze sometimes, displaying 3:17 before correcting itself. I told myself it was just trauma, shock, maybe some fractured memory from the library incident. But when I returned there, to face it, to prove it was real, I found something that hollowed me out. The library wasn't the same. The front desk had been moved. The architecture had changed, subtly, but enough. The circular reading room? Gone. In its place, a plain storage area with no door. I asked the librarian about the archives on the 3rd floor. She looked puzzled. "We don't have a 3rd floor," she said. I froze. "But I was just there." She gave me a sympathetic look. The kind you give someone you think is unwell. "Maybe you're confusing it with the old branch across town. It burned down years ago." Burned down years ago. The blood drained from my face. If that building burned, then what had I stepped into? That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her, the reflection.
her faint smile, her calm certainty, and the whisper that followed me home. Time rewrites its mistakes. I started noticing things. Wrong things.
The street outside my window curved the wrong way. My neighbor's dog barked with a voice I didn't recognize. And once, when I passed a mirror in the hallway, I caught a glimpse of a version of me still inside it, staring, patient, waiting. That version smiled and lifted her hand. When I didn't wave back, she mouthed 2 words: "Your turn." I smashed every mirror in the apartment that night. The sound of shattering glass was like thunder in my chest. Final. Desperate. But when I turned to the blank TV screen, her face was still there, reflected faintly in the black glass. "You can't break what isn't glass anymore," she whispered. I screamed, throwing the remote through the screen. The reflection rippled and vanished, but the whisper remained in my head, echoing. Weeks have passed now. I keep trying to anchor myself in routines, hoping the world will stop shifting under me. But I've noticed something terrifying. Every clock I see, in shops, buses, phones, not the one that stands now, but the other one, the old structure, standing whole and lit from within by faint, silver light, waiting. Last night, a package appeared outside my door. No return address, just my name, written in that same familiar handwriting. My handwriting. Inside, wrapped in brown paper, was a small hourglass. Its sand shimmered silver, frozen mid-flow. Underneath it, a note. 3:17, your replacement hour. The air around me shifted as I read it, and in the reflection of the hourglass, I saw movement, a face staring back, faint, smiling. Mine, but older, patient, and whispering the same words I once heard in that fractured library. You shouldn't be here today. And for the first time since all this began, I finally understood what he meant. Because the second hand on the clock above my door just stopped again. And the reflection in the glass is moving first. Story 7. Fatewritten. The rain had started hours ago, thin at first, then relentless. By the time Ethan Cole reached the narrow iron gate of Ravenscroft Library, his coat was soaked through, and his shoes left prints that filled instantly with water. The building loomed like a mausoleum carved from soot and silence. Its windows were dim, its doors half open, as if waiting for him. He hesitated under the archway. He had walked this same street countless times as a graduate researcher in ancient literature. But tonight, it felt different, wrong. The wind carried the smell of damp parchment and something faintly metallic, like ink mixed with blood. Inside, the library was nearly dark. A single lamp flickered at the front desk, where the old archivist, Mr. Harland, sat hunched, his thin fingers twitching over a ledger. He looked up when Ethan approached, his eyes clouded by age, yet sharp beneath. "Back again, Mr. Cole?" Harland's voice rasped like paper tearing. "It's late." What could possibly be worth your time now? Ethan forced a smile. Something obscure. Medieval manuscripts. The unindexed section. You mentioned it once. The archivist tilted his head. Ah, the sealed collection. He paused. Most come here for answers, Mr. Cole. Few like what they find. He slid a large brass key across the counter. It was cold to the touch. The sealed wing was a cavern of forgotten texts, its shelves twisting like ribs into the dark. Dust floated in thin beams of light, slicing through broken windows. Ethan's footsteps echoed too loudly, reminding him that he was alone, or should have been. He moved deeper, scanning the spines. Codex Thalmarum, Sermons of the Forsaken, Chronicles of the Hollow Sun. Each title stranger than the last. Then his flashlight caught something wedged crookedly between two volumes. A small, leather-bound book with no title. He slid it free. The cover was smooth, almost soft, with faint etchings like veins beneath skin. No author, no markings. When he opened it, the pages were blank, every single one untouched by ink. Except for one. On the very first page, in spidery handwriting, was a single phrase. Write carefully, for the book remembers. Ethan frowned, running his thumb over the letters. The ink felt dry, but the words seemed freshly written, as if they had been waiting for him. He carried the book to a nearby reading table, flipping through it page by page, all blank. Yet the air around him had changed, thicker somehow, pressing against his skin. A faint hum echoed through the shelves, low and rhythmic, like breathing. Then the lights flickered. When they steadied, Ethan realized something impossible. On the open page before him, new words were appearing slowly, as if written by an invisible hand. Ethan leaned closer, curiosity wrestling with fear. He read these words aloud, he murmured, half mocking, half testing. Instantly, every lamp in the hall went out. Darkness swallowed the room whole. Somewhere behind him, something moved. The air turned cold. Ethan's breath came in quick bursts, visible in the faint light of his phone. He turned the flashlight toward the shelves. The rows stretched endlessly, but in the reflection of a glass cabinet, he saw movement. A flicker of a shape, a silhouette standing behind him. He spun around. Nothing. But when he turned back to the table, the book was gone. His heart leapt into his throat. He searched frantically, scattering old tomes across the floor. Nothing. The table was bare. Then he heard the softest whisper near his ear, so close he felt the breath of it. Every story begins somewhere, Ethan. He turned, swinging his light wildly. But there was no one. Only the book, lying open again on the table, its pages fluttering on their own. The words that had appeared moments ago were gone, replaced by a single fresh line, wet and glistening. Chapter 1, The Writer. Outside, thunder rolled like distant applause. Ethan closed the book, clutching it against his chest as he hurried out of the sealed wing. Behind him, the lamps flickered back to life, one by one, illuminating the dust swirling in the air. Mr. Harland was gone, the front desk empty. Only the faint echo of the librarian's voice lingered in the hallway. Few like what they find. Ethan didn't stop until he reached his apartment, until he locked the door twice and dropped the book on his desk like something poisonous. But as he collapsed into the chair, panting, the book opened on its own. And this time, there were 2 lines written neatly across the first page. The writer brought the story home. The story was hungry. Ethan stared, the reflection of the words glowing faintly in his eyes. The rain outside fell harder. Ethan couldn't sleep that night. He sat at his desk long after midnight, the small apartment swallowed by the rhythm of rain and the low ticking of the radiator. The book lay open before him, like a wound he couldn't stop staring at. The pages still gleamed faintly under the lamplight, that impossible ink pulsing with a slow, steady shimmer, as if alive. He tried to rationalize it. There had to be an explanation. Chemical reaction, temperature change, optical illusion, anything but what it felt like. Something watching him through the paper. He reached for his phone to record it, but the screen froze, then turned black. Static hissed faintly through the speaker. Then a whisper he almost recognized. "Keep writing." Ethan dropped the phone. It hit the desk with a dull thud and went dark again. He swallowed hard and looked back at the book. Now, another line had appeared. He couldn't resist. He wanted to see what would happen next. His breath hitched. No, I don't. But he did. He grabbed a pen and hovered it over the next blank page. "If this is some kind of trick," he muttered, "let's see how deep it goes." He wrote a single sentence in his neat academic scrawl. The writer closes the book and goes to sleep. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then the ink beneath his handwriting began to fade. Slowly, like something being erased from existence. When the page cleared, new words appeared in their place, written in the same thin, elegant script as before. The writer lies to himself. Ethan's hand trembled. "This is insane," he whispered. "It's reading me." He slammed the cover shut and shoved the book into a drawer. He turned off the lamp, forcing himself to bed. But sleep refused to come. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind through the window felt like a whisper at his ear. By 3 a.m., he gave up pretending. He turned on the bedside light and found the drawer open. The book was sitting neatly on top of it, open, waiting. By morning, Ethan's apartment looked the same, but something had shifted in him. He was pale, eyes rimmed with red, movements jittery. He brewed coffee, but his hands shook so badly that he spilled most of it. He told himself it was exhaustion. Too many late nights, too many deadlines, too much caffeine. Yet when he looked in the mirror, he swore the words faintly rippled across his reflection. The
the same script from the book curling along the edge of the glass. He blinked, and it was gone. At the university, his colleague, Kristen Collins, noticed immediately. "You look awful," she said, leaning in his office doorway with her usual gentle smile. "Have you even been home since yesterday?" Ethan forced a grin. "Research binge. You know me." She raised a brow. Translation: obsession.
Her tone was teasing, but her gaze lingered. They'd known each other since grad school. She, a historian obsessed with folklore. He, a linguist who believed every myth hid a truth. Once, they'd been close. Maybe more, before ambition and distance set in. Kristen stepped closer, her eyes catching the faint tremor in his hand. "What are you working on this time?" Ethan hesitated, then exhaled. "Something strange. Medieval manuscript, untitled, blank pages. That right back." She laughed softly. "Come on. I'm serious." The humor faded from her face. "You mean like automatic writing?" "More like autonomous writing," Ethan said, voice low. "It reacts, responds. It knows me." Kristen studied him. "Ethan, you've been buried in manuscripts for too long. It's probably just pareidolia, your brain filling blanks." He didn't argue. How could he explain the smell of old ink in his room, or the way words appeared only when he thought about them? Before leaving, she placed a small silver pendant on his desk, a habit of hers when he spiraled too far into research. "For luck," she said softly, "and maybe get some sleep before you start seeing ghosts in your footnotes." He smiled faintly, pocketing the charm after she left. That evening, as the sun dipped behind the city, Ethan sat before the book again. He told himself it was to prove it was harmless, that he could control it. He placed a fresh notebook beside it, ready to document every detail. He opened the strange volume carefully. Blank. He waited. Nothing. Relief washed through him, absurd and fleeting. He stood to turn off the light, but when he looked down again, new words filled the first page. She doesn't believe him, but she will. Ethan's stomach dropped. He flipped to the next page. The book shut itself with a soft snap. The next morning, Ethan stood at Kristen's office door, holding the book like a confession. She smiled when she saw him. "Couldn't stay away, huh?" "I need you to see something," he said. "Just keep an open mind." They sat at her desk. He laid the book between them. Its leather seemed darker under the morning light, the faint etchings shifting like veins beneath the surface. Kristen traced the edge with one fingertip. "It's beautiful. Where did you—" The pages turned on their own. She froze. A line of text appeared, crisp and deliberate. She finally touched the story. Kristen's hand jerked back. "Did you do that?" Ethan shook his head slowly. Another line appeared beneath it. Now it's hers too. The air grew heavy. Kristen's pendant, the one she had given him, slipped from his pocket onto the open page. The ink spread outward, swallowing the metal hole before either could react.
The chain melted into the page, vanishing completely. Both of them stared in horror. When the ink settled, a final line appeared, shimmering faintly in the lamplight. Two writers, one ending. Ethan closed the book carefully, voice barely a whisper. It's linked to us now. Kristen met his eyes. Then we figure out how to break it. Outside, thunder rolled again, distant, but drawing closer. And deep inside the book, unseen by both of them, the next page began to fill. They thought the story could be undone, but the book never forgets.
Rain had returned by the time Ethan and Kristen left the university, a dull, relentless drizzle that painted the sidewalks silver and turned their reflections into wavering ghosts beneath the streetlights. They didn't speak much. Every attempt at conversation dissolved into silence as they walked toward Ethan's apartment, the place where it had all started. Kristen kept glancing at the old leather book tucked beneath his arm, wrapped now in a brown cloth. She couldn't shake the sense that it was breathing, that the faint warmth she'd felt through the fabric wasn't her imagination. Inside, the air felt charged, too still, too aware. Ethan poured 2 cups of coffee, but forgot to hand hers over. He just stood there, staring at the window, as if something on the other side was waiting for him. Kristen finally broke the silence. You didn't tell me how you found it. Ethan blinked, his eyes distant. It was left for me, on my desk at the archives. No record of where it came from. No catalog number. Just my name on a slip of paper. Kristen frowned. Like it was meant for you? He nodded. That's what I thought. Until last night. Last night? The book wrote your name. The words hung between them like smoke. Kristen's pulse quickened. My name? Ethan handed her the journal he'd been using to document everything, his meticulous notes, timestamps, photos. On the last page, scrawled in the elegant ink she now recognized all too well, was her name, Kristen Collins. Below it, a single phrase, "She will open the door." Kristen's fingers tightened around the notebook. What door? I don't know, but it's never wrong. That night, they decided to test the book again. They cleared the coffee table, placed the book in the center, and surrounded it with candles, partly for atmosphere, partly because both felt safer with light close by. The rain outside had turned into a full storm, thunder rolling like a heartbeat through the city. Ethan opened the book. The pages fluttered once, as if inhaling. Blank. Kristen leaned closer. Nothing's happening. Wait, Ethan whispered. He tapped the edge of the paper with one finger. Sometimes it takes time to. The ink bled upward from the bottom margin, curling into words, letter by letter. 2 read, 1 listens, 1 writes. Ethan and Kristen exchanged a look. Okay, she said nervously. That's unsettling. Ethan grabbed his pen. Let's see what it wants us to do. He began to write a simple sentence. Kristen and Ethan closed the book. The ink vanished. Then the page filled with a new line. The book doesn't close itself. And as the words appeared, the flame nearest Ethan flickered violently, then snuffed out. Kristen jumped. Ethan! He turned to her, but froze. Her shadow on the wall was moving, but she wasn't. It rippled, shifting slightly to face him, then tilted its head in perfect unison with the words forming on the page. She will open the door. The knock came then. 3 sharp raps from the apartment's front door. Neither of them moved. "Did you invite anyone?" Kristen whispered. Ethan shook his head slowly. Another knock, louder this time, impatient. Kristen's eyes flicked toward the hallway. "Don't." But Ethan was already walking toward it. The air thickened with static. His every step sounded heavier, slower, like time itself had begun to drag. He reached the door and rested a trembling hand on the knob. "Ethan, stop," Kristen said, her voice barely a breath. The book's pages began turning rapidly behind her, one after another, flipping in a blur until they slammed shut with a violent snap. The sound jolted Ethan back. He turned, eyes wide. When he looked again, the door was open, and there was nothing on the other side. Just darkness. Not the kind that comes from night, but the kind that swallows light whole. Kristen grabbed his arm. "Don't go near it." He swallowed. "It's not outside." "What?" He pointed. The darkness was creeping in, spilling across the threshold, like ink poured on paper. They stumbled back as the blackness reached the carpet, seeping toward the book. The candles flared one last time, then went out completely. The only light left came from the pages of the book, which had opened again, glowing faintly, pulsing in rhythm with their racing hearts. She opened the door. Now the story begins. When the lights returned a moment later, everything looked normal again. The door was closed. The candles burned steadily. The book sat harmlessly on the table. Kristen and Ethan stared at each other, breathless, unsure whether what they'd seen had been real. Then, Kristen saw it. A handprint on the inside of the door, small, blackened, as if burned into the wood. And beneath it, faint words carved into the grain. "Welcome, writers." Kristen backed away, her pulse hammering. "We have to destroy it." Ethan didn't move. He was staring at his own reflection in the dark window. But the reflection wasn't mirroring him. It was smiling. That night, long after Kristen had left in terror, Ethan sat alone again at his desk. The book rested in front of him, silent, waiting. He ran his hand over the cover. "You want a story?" he whispered. "Then you'll get one." He opened it, and somewhere, deep within the paper, something opened its eyes. Kristen hadn't slept for 3 days. The storm that had raged the night she and Ethan opened the book had passed. But inside her apartment, the air still felt heavy, pressed with unseen weight. Every shadow looked sharper, every sound more deliberate. She'd tried to convince herself it had all been stress, that the book, the door, the handprint, the whispering pages were just tricks of exhaustion. But then the words appeared. At first faintly, scrawled across her bathroom mirror when the steam from the shower cleared.
The story doesn't end when you close the book. Her breath had caught in her throat. She'd wiped it away, thinking maybe she'd written it herself in some half-sleeping state. But by the next morning, it had returned, deeper, carved this time into the glass. That was when she called Ethan. No answer. She went to his apartment. The air there was stale, his windows sealed shut, curtains drawn. The smell of burnt paper lingered faintly in the air. She found the book on his desk, but he was gone. Next to it lay his journal, the one he had kept since the beginning.
Kristen flipped it open.
The first few pages were as before.
Neat, deliberate handwriting detailing times, entries,
Notes on the ink. But halfway through,
the script changed.
Jagged, frantic, sentences overlapping, words written over each other,
as if he'd been trying to erase thoughts that wouldn't die.
One page read, "Doesn't write me anymore. It writes through me. Every time I stop, it starts again." And then, beneath that, her name again, over and over. Kristen Collins. She will finish it. She will open the door again. Kristen dropped the notebook, her pulse hammering in her throat. She glanced around the room, papers scattered everywhere, photos pinned to the wall, pages torn from the book, each one containing fragments of writing that made no sense alone,
but together formed a chilling pattern. Dates, locations, times, all from her life, where she'd been, what she'd worn, what she'd said. She stepped closer. Her own handwriting filled the last page on the wall. He doesn't know yet, but the book never belonged to him. Her mouth went dry. What the hell? Something moved behind her. She spun, heart pounding, but there was no one. Only the faint rustle of paper from the desk. The book was open now. It hadn't been when she entered. The words appeared slowly, like ink bleeding through the surface. She reads. She remembers. She becomes. Kristen stumbled back. No, I didn't write that. But the book disagreed. Her name was at the bottom of the page, signed in her own handwriting. That night, she dreamt of Ethan. He stood in a hallway of endless shelves, each stacked with books identical to his, leather, cracked, ancient. He was whispering something, his voice thin and broken. When she reached him, he looked up, eyes hollow. "Ink doesn't die, Kristen," he said. "It just finds new hands." She woke gasping, the taste of ash on her tongue. The clock read 3:07 a.m. Something was dripping, slow, rhythmic. She followed the sound to her kitchen. The book was there, the one she had left in Ethan's apartment. It sat on her counter, open. The pages were wet. Black ink pooled beneath it, trickling onto the floor. And there, written across the center of the page, glowing faintly like embers, "You're next." Kristen grabbed her phone, trembling fingers dialing Ethan again. This time, someone answered, but it wasn't Ethan. The voice on the other end was calm, measured, a woman's voice. Miss Collins? Who is this? Kristen demanded. This is Detective Morrow, Metropolitan PD. Are you a friend of Ethan Cole? Kristen's stomach dropped. Yes. Why? There was a pause. Then, softly, he's missing. Detective Morrow's voice lingered in Kristen's mind long after the call ended. He's missing. The words echoed through her apartment like a curse. Ethan wasn't the kind to vanish. He was obsessive, yes, reckless sometimes, but never careless. For him to disappear meant something had gone very, very wrong. She dressed quickly, the morning light barely brushing the edges of her blinds, and left for the station. The precinct was quiet when she arrived. The kind of stillness that hangs after a storm. Morrow was waiting for her. Mid-40s, sharp eyes, hair tied back in a knot that looked like it had been pulled too tight for years. On the table between them sat a file. Morrow opened it without ceremony. Ethan Cole was last seen 3 nights ago, she said. Security footage from his building shows him entering his apartment at 10:42 p.m. He never came out. Kristen leaned forward, and the cameras, offline for 5 hours. Power surge, according to the management. Kristen swallowed hard. That's when it started. Morrow raised an eyebrow. What started? Kristen hesitated. How could she explain the book, the shifting ink, the way it wrote her life in real time? She'd sound insane. But something in Morrow's stare said she'd heard worse. Maybe even believed worse. There's something Ethan found, Kristen said finally. An old book, blank pages at first. Then they began to what? Write on their own. Morrow didn't laugh. She simply reached into the file and slid a photo across the table. It was Ethan's desk, the book open, the same black ink bleeding from its pages. Kristen froze. We found that at his apartment, Morrow said softly. But there's something else. She handed over another photo, this one of a symbol burned into Ethan's floorboards beneath the desk. A circular emblem, surrounded by looping script that looked like ancient Latin. Kristen traced the edges of the photo with trembling fingers. This wasn't there before. You recognize it? Not exactly, Kristen whispered. But Ethan and I used to study early monastic codices, lost texts from pre-Christian orders. Some of them were said to record not prayers, but destinies. Every word they wrote was meant to mirror reality. Morrow leaned back. And you think this book is one of them? Kristen didn't answer. She didn't have to. Later that day, Kristen drove back to Ethan's apartment. Morrow had given her permission to retrieve anything that might help the case. But what she really wanted was to see the symbol in person. The building was quiet. Dust floated in thin shafts of light. Ethan's door opened with a groan. The air stale. The same scent of charred ink still clinging to everything. She stepped carefully across the room and knelt near the scorched emblem. It was faint now, but visible, carved with precision. She reached out, brushing her fingertips over the burned lines. For an instant, the world went still. The hum of electricity faded. The air turned dense and cold. Then, from somewhere deep within the walls, she heard whispering, soft, indistinct. At first, she thought it was wind through vents. But then she realized the voices were forming words. Kristen Collins. Her breath caught. She stood abruptly, backing away. But as she did, something fell from the shelf above Ethan's desk. An envelope, yellowed and sealed with dark red wax. The seal bore the same symbol as the one burned into the floor. Hands shaking, she broke it open. Inside was a single sheet of parchment, its edges brittle. The ink was faded but legible. For the one who opens the book, know that the ink is the bridge and the story the key. To end it, you must return what was written to the place it began. At the bottom of the letter was a name, Abbey of St. Corvinus. Kristen frowned. No, it couldn't be. The abbey had burned centuries ago, a ruin now, sealed off deep in the mountains. Yet Ethan had mentioned it once, jokingly, during one of their research trips. If the monks of St. Corvinus were still around, they'd probably bind their prayers in human skin. Now, it didn't sound like a joke at all. That night, back in her apartment, Kristen sat staring at the book. It lay open on her table, silent. The pages, blank. But she knew better now. Blank didn't mean empty. She flipped to the middle, half expecting the words to crawl out of the paper like before. Instead, one sentence appeared slowly across the top of the page. The next chapter begins where the ink was first spilled. Kristen whispered the name. St. Corvinus. The lights flickered. A chill moved through the room, and for a moment she swore she could smell candle wax and old stone, the scent of a forgotten monastery. The book's pages fluttered violently, stopping at a blank spread. Then, with deliberate precision, new words formed across the bottom. She will return to where he vanished. Her phone buzzed. A message. It was from Ethan's number. Just 3 words. Don't come here. The mountains rose like teeth against the fading sky as Kristen's car wound through the narrow road that led toward the ruins of St. Corvinus Abbey. The air grew colder with each mile, the trees bending inward as if to hide what lay ahead. The GPS had long since stopped tracking, replaced by the book on the passenger seat, pages trembling softly in the draft that seeped through the vents. By the time she reached the gate, a rusted arch swallowed by ivy, night had fallen. The moon cast long bars of light across the cracked stones. Kristen cut the engine. The silence was absolute. She stepped out, flashlight in hand, boots crunching against gravel. The abbey loomed in the distance, half devoured by time. Its roof had collapsed decades ago, leaving jagged ribs of stone exposed to the night sky. Something about the place felt alive, like the walls themselves were breathing. Inside, the air was thick with rot and dust. Kristen's beam cut through the dark, catching fragments of murals, monks kneeling, faces erased by decay.
Latin inscriptions looped across the walls, faintly glowing when her light passed over them.
In the center of the nave stood a massive stone altar, and there, lying upon it, was another book. It was identical to Ethan's. Kristen approached slowly, pulse hammering. The book's cover was etched with the same sigil, a circle of intertwined lines surrounding an eye. She reached out, hesitating, remembering the last time she touched one of these things. Before she could decide, the book opened on its own. Pages fluttered violently until they stopped halfway through. Ink began to spread across the parchment, forming words that twisted as she read them. The one who reads becomes the written. He wrote until his hand was not his own. Kristen stepped back, heart racing. A faint glow pulsed from beneath the altar. She crouched and shone her light into the darkness below. There, a trapdoor. She pried it open, coughing as a wave of stale, cold air poured out. Steps descended into blackness. The tunnel beneath the abbey was narrow, carved directly into the rock. Water dripped somewhere ahead, echoing endlessly. The deeper she went, the more her flashlight flickered, not from the battery dying, but as if something was interfering with the light itself. After what felt like minutes or hours, she emerged into a circular chamber. The walls were lined with shelves, and on every shelf, more books. Hundreds of them, each identical, each sealed in wax. Her knees weakened. The letter's words came rushing back. Return what was written to where it began. She looked at the book in her hand, Ethan's, and placed it gently on an empty space among the others. The moment she did, a low hum filled the room. The air shimmered. The shelves began to tremble. From the spines of the books seeped faint whispers, dozens of voices speaking at once, layering over each other until they formed a chorus. He thought he was the author. She thinks she can end the story, but the ink remembers. Kristen stumbled back, covering her ears. The flashlight burst in a pop of static. In the sudden dark, the whispers grew louder, angrier. The books around her began to open one by one, pages flapping, ink spilling like veins of black blood across the floor. In the chaos, one book slid from the top shelf and landed at her feet, its cover still warm. Her name was written on it. Kristen Collins. "No," she whispered. "No, no, no." She picked it up, trembling, and opened it to the first page. The handwriting was hers. The drive through the mountains felt endless. She told herself she wasn't afraid. Kristen's stomach dropped. The lines continued, word for word, describing everything she had just done. Every movement, every thought. The ink began to flow again, writing faster than she could read. She lifted her eyes and saw him standing there. Her head snapped up. Across the chamber, in the faint glow of the pulsing shelves, a silhouette stood, still and silent. "Ethan?" she whispered. The figure stepped forward. His face came into view, pale, eyes hollow, veins black with ink. "Kristen," he said, voice distant, layered with something that wasn't quite human. "You shouldn't have come." She backed away, clutching the book to her chest. "What happened to you?" Ethan's gaze dropped to the volume in her hands. "It writes us. Every word it writes becomes real. Every ending must be read." "What does that mean?" He smiled, a sad, broken smile. "It means I'm already written." The chamber shook. Books flew from shelves, pages tearing themselves free and spiraling into the air like a storm. Ethan's form flickered, breaking apart into ribbons of ink that scattered into the darkness. Kristen screamed his name, but the sound was swallowed by the roar of voices. Then, silence. Only the faint hum remained. She stood alone, surrounded by books that were no longer books, but tombs, each one breathing faintly, as if alive. Her own volume lay open on the floor, its next line waiting to be written. And the ink began to move again, spelling out a new sentence. She thought she could end the story. She didn't realize she was the story. Kristen dropped to her knees, clutching her head as the words bled off the page, creeping across the stone, climbing her arms, her throat, her face, until everything went dark. When she opened her eyes, she was back in her apartment. Morning light, clean floors, no sign of the Abbey. Only the book on the counter, closed, silent. On her palm, in faint black script, one new sentence appeared. Chapter 3 begins tonight. The candlelight flickered across the ancient stone walls, casting shadows that seemed to move with a will of their own. The room was vast, circular, a hidden archive beneath St. Corvinus Abbey. Dust hung thick in the air, disturbed only by the quiet rasp of turning pages. A hooded figure knelt before a long wooden table. Upon it lay dozens of books, identical in shape and age, each bound in black leather, each bearing a single name etched in fading gold. Ethan Cole, Kristen Collins, and so many others. The hooded figure, known only as the scribe, dipped an iron quill into a vial of ink so dark it seemed to swallow the light around it. The ink hissed faintly as it touched the parchment, alive in its own way. Behind him, another presence moved. Footsteps echoed down the corridor, slow, deliberate, heavy with purpose. A second figure entered, cloaked in crimson. His face was obscured, but his voice, when he spoke, was calm and resonant. Another one finished. The scribe didn't look up. Yes, Kristen Collins. Her story has reached its turning point. The crimson-clad man circled the table, gloved fingers brushing over the covers of the sealed books. Turning point, or conclusion? That depends, the scribe murmured, writing one final line before closing the book with reverence. The ink hasn't decided yet. He carried the volume reverently to a tall shelf that stretched from floor to ceiling, a wall of fate. Hundreds of books rested there, their spines glowing faintly like dying embers. When the scribe slid Kristen Collins into place, a soft pulse rippled across the entire shelf, like the heartbeat of something ancient waking from slumber. For a moment, silence reigned. Then a faint whisper rose from the books. Hundreds of voices murmuring in unison, a sound that was less speech than memory. She thought she was free. She thought the story was hers, but the story writes us all. The crimson-clad man tilted his head, listening. They sound restless tonight. The scribe gave a tired smile. They always are when a new name is added. He turned back to the table and reached for a large wooden crate resting beside the candles. Inside lay a parcel wrapped in brown paper and sealed with a wax insignia, the same sigil that marked the cover of every book. The scribe placed the Kristen Collins volume inside and tied it neatly with a black ribbon. The ink around the edges pulsed faintly, alive. "Where will you send it this time?" the crimson figure asked. "Back, where all stories begin," the scribe replied softly. "To the reader, far above the abbey." The night was quiet. A delivery truck rumbled through the sleeping streets of a small coastal town. Its headlights swept across rows of shuttered homes before stopping at a familiar apartment complex. Modern, neat, utterly ordinary. The driver stepped out, glancing at the package in his hands. No return address, only a name, written in perfect, deliberate handwriting. Kristen Collins. He shrugged and placed it by the door. Hours later, the sun rose. Inside, Kristen stirred awake. The morning light bathed her apartment in gold. For the first time in weeks, she felt calm, peaceful. She poured herself coffee, stared out the window, and told herself the nightmare was over. Then, a soft knock at the door. Her stomach tightened. She opened it slowly. No one stood there. Only a package. Her name. The seal. The sigil. Her hands trembled as she brought it inside. She placed it on the table and stared for a long time, the silence pressing in around her. The sunlight seemed to dim, the air to thicken. When she finally tore through the paper, her breath caught. Inside was the book, the same black cover, the same sigil etched in gold. But when she opened it, she froze. The pages were blank, completely blank, except for one line written at the very top of the first page. The story begins again. Back in the underground chamber, the scribe dipped his quill into the ink once more. The crimson-clad figure watched in silence. After a moment, the scribe spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "Do you think she can change it this time?" The other man turned toward the wall of books. each one a captured life, each one whispering softly in the candlelight. He smiled faintly beneath his hood. Can anyone change what's already been written? The camera lingers on the shelves, endless, glowing softly in the dark. A single candle flickers, the flame reflected in the golden letters of one name, Kristen Collins. The whispering swells, overlapping, voices rising like a tide, and beneath the sound, faint but clear, a final line scratches itself across the closing page. Every story writes its reader in the end. Fade to black. The sound of rain fades. Pages stop turning. Kristen's name lingers on the final line, as if the story itself refuses to let her go. Then, silence. Just the faint crackle of an old phonograph in the distance. A low male voice breaks through, calm, deliberate. The book has found its reader. Another voice answers, colder, older, carrying the weight of centuries. And has the story ended? The first voice says quietly. They only move to new hands. We hear slow footsteps echoing through a stone corridor. Distant thunder rumbling above. Shelves rise around him, endless and towering. Books without titles, each one faintly whispering beneath its cover. The man stops before an empty space on the shelf. He slides in a new volume, Kristen Collins. The whispering stops, then begins again, softer this time. He turns toward the darkness, addressing someone unseen. Prepare the next one. Pages rustle. A quill scratches faintly. Whose story will it be this time? A faint smile in his voice, Marcus Hale. And will he know? Not until the first line writes itself. The man closes the ledger. Footsteps fade. Wind hums through the ancient vault, carrying a faint echo. Can Kristen change her fate? Or has the book already written his? A heartbeat. Then the sound of a single page turning. Softly, as if the story is already starting again. Fade out. The Book of Hollow Pages, Volume 2, The Next Reader. To those who wander in the shadows until the final whisper, thank you. Thank you for allowing my words to be the quiet voice in the stillness of your night. There's a strange and beautiful magic in the way we choose to explore the darkness together, isn't there? A silent pact between storyteller and listener, bound by a shared curiosity for what lies just beyond the light. I hope the tales we unraveled tonight found a home in your imagination. I hope they provided that perfect, haunting shiver, the kind that reminds you you're thrillingly alive. This shared space exists because of you. Your presence transforms these narratives from mere stories into a collective, whispered experience. I will return when the clock next chimes this late hour, carrying new secrets to share. I would be honored if you chose to meet me here again. Until then, May your rest be deep and your dreams be gentle. Should any shadow from our stories linger at the edge of your sleep, greet it not with fear, but with the quiet knowledge that it cannot follow you into the dawn. You are safe. The night is long, but it always breaks. Until we meet again in the quiet, pleasant dreams.